project or a product, this usually falls into three parts. The first thing is the commodity. You say that, okay, here's a commodity. You just need to take any AI ML model, implement it, process it, and just use it. Nobody cares that if you know the technology or not, just you are utilizing that for the particular potential. In that case, you will be working on a full data. You will be actually working on like an end-to-end data, not just a small sample. The second thing is the procedure. You say that, okay, this is not a routine problem, but still these are some complex problems. It requires a systematic and comprehensive approach. The risk will go up, the cost will go up, and the speed will go up. Even in that case, you will be actually using the full data. You will not be working on a smaller sample. The third thing we're talking about is the trade. We say that yes, a lot of the things, a lot of the business needs requires a lot of customization. And we have a track record of solving this problem using technology. In that case, the risk again will go even further right. We say the cost will go little up and the skills will be required to be little. In that case, you can start with a small sample of the data, but you need to work at a scale size. These three buckets usually contribute more than 90 to 95% of the problems that teams will be solving in life. And finally, it's a rocket science. We're talking about the research. We're talking about building some really niche algorithm. We're talking about that yes, can we solve these kinds of problems with a technology that does not exist today? Can we build that technology? In that case, scalability comes to last, and you need to work on a smaller scale. First thing in your career, you need to decide what kinds of problems that you will be solving, where you can see that there is that. And then you realize that, okay, more than 95% of the problem, you need to think at a scale. You need to start like working at a scale. Working with the small samples and building an approach bottom up, it will not really help you out. Please feel free to like passing. Please feel to ask any questions or any comments that you want to. I don't want to like make it a monologue or a presentation. So I will take a pause to ask any questions and thoughts anybody wants to say. Okay. So when we see that, okay, yes, how things are happening at enterprise level, we say that, okay, yes, how they're actually solving problems in an enterprise domain. They are like a multi-tier approach. We call it as like a magic pyramid. The first thing, the most important piece to start with is the IT infrastructure. How you manage the data? What kind of an application that you're developing? What kind of an application layer looks like? What will be the managing one for your data? How to process it? The second thing is that, okay, can we actually connect those data to create a data lake for a data warehouse? So data lake and data warehouse means that you will be having one consolidated data set so that you can start using it and you do not need to go back to your ground root from where the data is. The third thing is building an analytics for software, analyzing the data, to extracting the knowledge of it so that that is support to make you a good business decision. The next piece we're talking about like a rapid prototyping. We call it as a data set. So that you can run some experiments. These are the reproducible experiments. You can process it. You can generate some really good output. And on top of it, you will be able to generate some really good insights that can be moved into production data. And finally, we're talking about ML. That's the hot take right now in the industry. We're talking about machine learning operationalization. You say that here's how you can actually use ML model to push things into production, add a human into the loop or the feedback loop to keep training it, just like a baby. That's how you teach a baby to walk. So if you say that, okay, yes, it's baby start walking, if the baby fell down, you say that, okay, no, get up and you need to walk again, you need to walk straight, you need to put your feet straight. That's how you're providing a feedback to it. It's just like that, okay, you're learning with the baby, you need to provide that kind of feedback so that it keeps learning and it will be able to generate the right size answer. This is like a magical pyramid, and you will realize to reach at the top, to reach at a level to the ML ops, it's a long, long time. In enterprises, it might take like a few years to reach out to that particular maturity level so that you will be able to analyze the data, you will be able to generate the right output, you will be able to train a model on, and you will be able to manage and maintain that one model. Each and every layer comes up with its own challenges, and you need to overcome to that and you need to work around. This is my code that I use very frequently. The only way to succeed to build a scalable AI is to think at scale. You need to understand all of those kind of magical pyramids, all of those kind of layers, that yes, how this particular thing, it will be actually going to impact my data warehouse, data lake, application development, landing zone, and along with that, that's just how the data analytics will be implemented and get visualized over it. If you're going to think about like some top-down approach, you will be realizing that what are the challenges that you will be able to visit while implementing these kind of solutions, these kind of solutions. Yes, please. Just to give you a reference, I'm not very sure that okay, how much you have seen this kind of an AI life cycle. This is like a very common AI life cycle that we use at Google for developing a solution, any product for it. And when you realize that okay, yes, then talk about the scale, what are the challenges you're having? Okay, at Google we talk about like a billions of ads, sometimes like a trillion of ads will be processed. You can think about it that okay, whenever you click a picture, it will be uploaded to Google. So think about that okay, billions of people are actually taking millions of pictures almost on daily basis. That's the kind of a scale we're talking about. What happens if you take a picture and it's not getting uploaded today and it's getting uploaded tomorrow? You will say that okay, this is not a good trial, right? So you need to think about that particular thing as a scale, how to solve a problem. For example, to start with, if you say that okay, hey, what kind of a pipeline, how the data will be generated. For a small data, you can ingest it. That's totally fine. What happens if the data is coming from various sources? Sometimes the data is coming in a form of an email, sometimes the data is coming from CSV, sometimes the data is coming from Excel, sometimes the data is coming from XML, and so on and so forth. How to harmonize those kind of a data coming from various sources really, really a huge fact, right? Along with this, just take an example for Google Photos. Somebody is taking like pictures from the iPhone, iOS, somebody taking from the Android, somebody taking like from Python from Samsung. But how to integrate those various forms? Excel is giving the format like .tsl. So how to integrate and harmonize the data so that you will be able to process your email, you will be able to process your photos at the right time in such a way that your will be blocked. The second thing is about machine learning or AI models. We're talking about that okay, what kind of a method, what kind of a thing that we should be running. I'm not very sure how many of you have used that feature in the Google Photos that you can remove people from your. You can say that anything like that videos. That kind of a technology we are talking about. In the experiments will need to be done. There are multiple things that you can do. That okay, can I actually implement that algorithm on my phone so that if you do not even connect it to an internet, you will be able to use that particular feature.
Sorry for the disturbance, guys. We'll be taking questions in between for this interactive session. So keep your questions ready with you.
For the transformation, where the model needs to be trained and how the model needs to be right based on your usage. What if I say that okay, you cannot remove the people from your phone, from your photo until there's a connected internet? In India, it's highly that. You will be like, for example, right now, I mean, some figure in the person. I don't have a very stable internet.
जा रहा है यार
I know that how I got connected, but not a very stable internet. In this case, I cannot remove
तेरा कनेक्ट भी नहीं हुआ अभी
until
कनेक्टेड मैंने लिया भी नहीं है
think about that if somebody who was building that particular AI algorithm and AI model, that person must have thought about that fear model, how it should be used, and what kind of features, what kind of the second last process in this particular life cycle is the evaluation. We typically talk about the accuracy or a precision or recall. These are like a very generic accuracy method or evaluation strategy. But how to convert those things into a business specific You say that okay, hey, I will say hey, my accuracy is 100%, or my accuracy is, for example, 95%. The number looks good. But what if I'm saying is that okay, in all the photos that I'm passing, I'm not able to pass the face. Right? In that case, I'm saying is that okay, yes, rest of the body, I'm really good, but the face is getting distant. It doesn't make sense. That product is of no use, even with an accuracy of 95%. So you need to double click and define what kind of an evaluation strategy to be good for you. I need to process and what kind of a thing that you need to represent so that it will be a good replica to decide and make a powerful business decision whether this product is good for you, what are your limitations, where to use, and when to use. And finally, we're talking about endpoints, like some of the dashboards. That what kind of a time you need to make up with it. Just to give you an example. If you say that if they have clicked 5 photos, do you want to process like a 1 photo at a time, or do you want to process like a 5 photos at a time? So that actually again changes the whole architecture. That actually changes the whole thought process that how to process. Now I will say that okay, you need to process 1 page. Okay, it's easy. Now I will say that okay, you need to process 1 billion pages. It's very tough. Take an example of an Hotstar. If you need to stream like any any stadium, like from Star Plus or something like that, you can easily do that. But if you're talking about like a cricket match from Indian market, like more than 10 million people are actually watching in a real time process. The architecture will be different, the robustness will be different, the risk will go high, and a lot many things will be actually changed. So based on that, here's how you're thinking about your workflow, bit about what kind of scale you need to achieve. You need to actually visualize and vision what kind of things that you will be solving and how you will. Without going to like a lot more details about like a theory, let's talk about some of the real experiments. What the Google has been solved for their internal purposes or like my team has solved for few occasional purposes. Very interesting use case where you need to predict that yes, if a machine will actually fail in next 7 days or so. In manufacturing domain, you will realize that 2 to 3% of the devices fail almost every day. Some of the downtime that we have seen that Instagram fails, Google is not being able to respond, Microsoft actually fails, or like as AWS is being broken. This happened because some of the hard drives got actually failed into operations into production. Any failure is a very critical for the organization. It might create havoc. Just define that. Okay, for example, if this kind of a system will break, if any doctor is operating or doing any surgery on a patient, it's high critical system. If we talk about like a smaller system, like a few data points, few needs to process, it's good. You will say that I will process the data pipeline. After there's a high fidelity data warehouse to pre-process the data, and then I will be doing some prediction. Makes sense. This makes sense. Let me give you the challenge that how the scale actually impacts this kind of a solution. We are talking about 100 million plus of the device. 100 million, it's a huge number. We're talking about like a 10 crore plus devices, but the data will be stored on a real-time basis. We need to do the prediction in almost milliseconds or microseconds, or at max in 2 minutes. You cannot say that okay, this system will fail, like the prediction will happen after an hour, and the system will fail within 3 minutes. In that case, that prediction is of good. Now, along with that, some of the largest scaling systems, big Koli or EC2, we're talking about like Azure, they actually crash to transform this kind of a highly volatile and high fidelity data. And along with that, you need to implement a machine learning model on the edge. You cannot call the server because where this algorithm will be used, it will be like some distant point. It can be like some actually say, when out of the box manufacturing unit with a very new connectivity to it. This is how your scale will be established. Now we need to go back and need to think about what kind of a thing that I can do, how can I do, and when should I do. Let's take another use case, marketing, one of our favorites. If you need to predict that, okay, what is the lifetime of a customer, so that I will be able to understand the behavior better, and I will be able to provide some customized of, for example, if you're an air customer, okay, and if Airtel got to know that okay, you might be churning off, you might be leaving the Airtel network 2 weeks down. They will say that okay, hey, I'm going to give you free off. I'm going to give you like a 10 gigabytes of free internet, and so on and so forth. Something like that, the insurance company they need to understand that yes, how you can actually implement subscription. If this particular user is going to be the subscription model or not, can I give them something for any other option? In that case, you will say that okay, this is simple. I will implement a supervised and I will understand if this person or this user is going to leave in next 2 days, 3 days, or 1 month, and I will do my survival analysis. Point very well taken. But the challenges are coming up to the scale. We're talking about data coming from more than 100 million customers. Okay, you need to do your offline prediction so that you can run things in the back, but the data will be coming from various different transactions, account opening, retail banking, trade finance, and so on and so forth. So these kind of various systems, they are not even very connected, and they do not even have a standardized algorithm and a system to place to process the data. So you need to define that yes, how you will be actually handling these kind of functions, how to process that huge set of customers, and how to add value on the business. Let me give you one last example. This is again coming from financial services. Just give you take an example. You're going to a bank, HDFC Bank, ICICI, SBI. You say that okay, I need to change my contact. What they will give it to you? They say that okay, fill this form, give me your Aadhaar for this kind of KYC documents, submit it, and we will do that in after 1 week. This is not the experience. If I say that okay, I need to go for paperless banking, a lot of banking industries are actually moving into that particular step. There you need to process these documents in real time, so that I will just scan your form, and the number of contacts will be changed. You say that, okay, yes, I've already verified if this alarm is genuine or not. I've already verified if all the information is good or not, and you are good to go. Okay, this is the problem that I'm solving. I will say that this is the, I will implement computer vision. I will then implement like a layer of natural language to process it, and I will be able to process music. And then we can have different pre-processing icons at a document level. But the challenges comes in that case, the document can be coming in a various format. Docx, PDF, tape, GIF, JPEG, it can be anything. And the pre-processing will be very, very different for a different data size. You're talking about the banking systems. Those systems are still using for host. Those kind of a very, very basic network channels actually came into this, that is IP7 So integrating that kind of system, getting that data to build an end-to-end thing, forget about cloud. People are actually writing things by hand. That's the reality of the Indian banking sector. How will you say that the players, how can we make and actually go forward with a totally paperless journey? And then finally, the trade-off is cost versus value. India as a region, we are a very cost-effective country. Okay, the labor is very common and cheap over here. You cannot say that I will be using artificial intelligence for this thing. You will say that, okay, for AI, I am spending $1 million, but with the humans, I'm only spending $100,000. Why should I even go for these kind of systems? So for a trade-off that yes, what kind of a cost and what kind of a value that you will be generating, that's going to be very, very paramount. I promise this is going to be my last slide, just to give you like a food for thought. I'm not here to give you any solution. I'm not here to say that, okay, hey, do this, do that. I'm only here to give you some food for thought that, okay, yes, if you have started solving these kind of problems, you say that, okay, Nitin, what kind of projects I should be working on? How should I build my profile so that, yes, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, those kind of companies will start actually watching on me? What kind of a things that I should do so that, yes, my value will go up? I will say that I can go back to a very old school PPT framework, like a user process and technology. We used to call it as people, process, and technology, PPT framework. Identify what kind of a problems that your users are actually facing. Understand that, okay, yes, what kind of a problems the businesses are facing. Understand that thing in detail. Understand about the scale, at what scale that you will be solving. Define that journey. Businesses and organizations are more interested in what to solve instead of how to solve. The second thing is define a process. If the similar kind of a problem has already been solved, nobody is expecting you to come up with a very niche or very, what I should say, state of the art solution. Nobody is expecting it. People only expect that thing from a research. Otherwise, people suggest that, okay, are you able to solve a business problem or not using this technology? Whether you are copy pasting from something, nobody cares. The only question is, are you able to solve that particular problem using technology or not? And the third thing is, that comes to the how piece, how to solve those things. What kind of a technologies? Are you publishing the code on a GitHub or a GitLab? Are you competing on Kaggle? Nobody cares. It's only about what's the problem that you have solved, what kind of an impact that it can be created, what kind of a technology that you have used, and your thought process. One simple example where you can actually show them the scale, it, it can actually create some really magic for you. Instead of solving small of the 20 of the problems, nobody cares about it. I will rest my case. I will rest my presentation. If you have any questions, anything else that you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. This is my handle, NTN Agarwal. Please feel free to like send me a request, send me a message. I will try to respond to your message as much as I can. But yes, now I'm open for the questions. If you want to ask any questions, any clarification, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence and guiding so many students worldwide.
Thanks so much.
Sir, now, sir, there are some students who want to ask you some questions. If They would be sending it in the chat.
Please, but you can ask me on the other.
Just a minute, sir.
Right. Please go ahead.
Okay, so the question is here, and please read out the question. And
Okay, good. Interesting. So the first question is about how do you plan to integrate fintech with AI? Fintech by name itself, we're talking about finance and technology. AI is already deeply involved in fintech. It doesn't matter what kind of fintech you're talking about, either like a transaction banking systems or like a direct fintech. Some of the use cases, what I have seen, I work with Roostify. It's a kind of fintech company who are actually providing the third-party APIs to the large banks like BOA, Bank of America, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, like few other ones. So they're using AI very heavily to automate the document processing or the fraud detection or the identity theft detection and so on and so forth. So kind of, I should say, some preempt text that you receive that, okay, we feel like this is a fraudulent activity on your account. That's AI. It's actually working on the ground and few other things. So fintech is already tightly integrated. Their architectures are really super complex because of the regulatory and compliance, and along with that, the kind of a security they need to take care of. Second thing is, how do you plan to integrate cloud with AI? I will not say that cloud and AI are totally different things. Cloud is nothing different. So like your laptop is a cloud, I should say. If I'm not using my laptop, if I'm connecting through internet to your laptop, that's a cloud. So AI is just a technology. You cannot say that, okay, hey, cloud is actually, cloud computing is getting really hot. Cloud computing is nothing. You need to define that exactly what you want to do with kind of a storage with that kind of a cloud computing. AI is one part of it, so that you will be able to utilize that really huge cloud computing resources. That's like a one technology. Data analytics might be another one. Data processing might be another one. Application development might be another one. Networking might be another one. So cloud is just an enabler. Cloud is the base technology. What you're going to do with that particular technology, that's the question. And that actually brings you the real value that you need to define your career, what you want to do. And the second thing, and the last question, what I see is what is big data and what is the difference between data lake and warehouse? So the big data, it's a very funny term. So somebody comes up with like a 4 weeks that what's the variety of the data, what's the veracity of the data, what's the velocity of the data, and I'm forgetting about the fourth one. I think some versatility or some funny word. For me, big data is the data that you cannot process very easily. When we had a calculator, even the data that we had in an Excel sheet, that's a big data for a calculator. So in my definition, the data that you cannot provide with like a process with a machine that you have, that's the big data for it. The difference between data lake and data warehouse is, for an example, all the data coming from various cell phones. Take an example for Facebook. Okay, you're browsing. You're browsing that, yes, you're clicking on a picture, you're typing a text, you're posting something like that. All that raw data is actually pushing to a data center. That's a data lake. The data lake has no value as it is, but it's like a raw data that's actually connecting from various sources. But when you process that data, clean it up so that you will be able to store it in like some sort of a data format, like a tabular format that can be utilized for visualization, to do analytics, to generate any value, to process, to make any business decision. That particular set of a data is the data warehouse. So that's how the data lake and data warehouse are differentiating with each other.
thank you, sir, for clearing out our doubts and for guiding us and for being here with us. We are very grateful for your presence.
Cool. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for giving your valuable time. Please feel to like reach out to me if you have any other questions. If you need some sort of a guidance, I will try my best to respond as much as I can. But really appreciate it, and thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate it.
So thank you so much everyone for being this patient. The virtual hour ends now. Now let's come to the point. Why are you here for? So we have few giveaways now, and today is the day for the giveaways for the entire audience. So we'll be distributing the giveaways hour by hour, right? To keep you engaged. And especially for you guys, we have organized a Red Bull seeding campaign. So stay organized until you receive your Red Bull can on your seats. So we'll be distributing it very soon to you all to keep your energy packed. Wow, that's cool. Now the virtual hour has already ended. Now all the sessions will be offline. All the power packed sessions will be having Avijit Prasad sir with us right now, which will start from 1 p.m. onwards. He'll be taking the workshop on, cloud. He's from Microsoft. Give a round of applause for Suyash.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Suyash, for coordinating your contribution into this Cloud Summit. For third position, we have Mr. Nikunj. माधव के लिए तालियां.
Backbenchers है.
Nikunj with goggles coming onto the stage. Talia.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Nikunj, for your contribution, significant contribution in this Cloud Summit. Thank you so much. Next, on second position, we have Mr. Manav. Manav or Madhav? Madhav. So, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Manav.
Congratulations.
To be honest, I am literally monitoring Manav's performance, and he has done extremely well in contributing a significant amount of registrations and work in JECRC Cloud Summit. So, a big round of applause for Manav. Thank you, Manav. Thank you so much. So, the first position goes to Mr. Shrestha, and I don't think he is with us right now due to some issues. So still we have more takeaways, two more takeaways. तो जिन्होंने हाथ उठाया था जिनको मिला नहीं है. Anyone from the crowd? No, team को नहीं मिलेगा यार. So campus ambassadors जो लोग रह गए हैं, yes, please come onto the stage. Shrestha की goodies will send them. Campus ambassadors only. And any two. Rest बाकी सबको आपको मिल जाएगा. Thank you so much, guys. First come, first serve basis.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So Avni Agrawal from Purnima. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Avni. So we have Mr. Priyanshu with us from Lucky College, Jodhpur. A round of applause for Mr. Priyanshu. So thank you so much, Priyanshu. Thank you so much, Ravi sir, for being here with us. So a small request, Red Bull आप लोगों की आ रही है, तब तक आप बैठे रहो. A small request to. Okay. So team, just come onto the stage for a few seconds. Ma'am, please. Team, please come onto the stage for a few seconds. So are you all excited? हाँ.
Hello. मैम ग्रुप फोटो के लिए
So keep you all intact, we have formed some changes right now. So your Red Bull cans will be provided you after the lunch. तो एक बार आप 12 to 1 p.m. you have it. Okay, guys? Yeah, waiting for you all. You can have your lunch in the mess, or if there is cafeteria also, you can have your lunch there. And please be back, guys. We have all offline sessions now.
बताया तो
But now when it comes to free topics, I wonder, can it be possible without
एक
SEO? Microsoft
डबल
SEO
657 3
made it one of the biggest cloud platforms. So people, hold on your seats, get ready, because I am going to introduce you amazing person. We have JECRC here with us. Marked the beginning of his career with IBM as a cloud engineer and is currently working as a cloud consultant at Mathur. He is also part of Microsoft Azure architecture. He helps people identify and act on their cloud needs, helping them leverage cloud computing for the sake of more efficient operations. From researching and creating cloud-based applications to communicating and collaborating with cloud engineers and companies, he knows it all. With a total of around 41 certifications, he also has a great knowledge in data science and artificial intelligence. So we all welcome you and are grateful to have you. After this quick introduction, I would like to call Ms. Satya Mishra to take the platform and present a beautiful project plan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Satya. Next, I want to invite Abhijit sir.
Thank you so much. Audience, am I audible? Pretty well? Till last seat? So any more folks coming in? If so, then make sure that they are not, going out and so.
Otherwise, it will create some disturbances. So, all of you had a good lunch?
Yeah.
Feeling sleepy?
No.
Did the job? Added some caffeine in your blood? Nice. So, first of all, I would like to thank the JECRC team, the organizing team, faculty members. I know they are not here. The directors, sir, and also to the dear students who had made this day and is over here. So, my topic for the day is cloud self-start, unlocking the power of data with Azure. So, I want to be as candid as possible. I want to ask you guys, what are your expectations? Should it be like slide-wise, or it should be more interactive, or you guys will help me to answer? Question you guys will answer? Even it is wrong, don't try, I'm not a professor, okay? So even it is wrong, it is fine. So don't be hesitant. And anyone from the back side also, if you guys can shift a little bit, I can see some empty spaces as well. So yeah. So yeah, you should know what I'll be talking about rather than talking in air. So this is the agenda for the day. I think on the first day you guys learned a lot what is cloud and all. But if I ask how does cloud work, does anyone know? Anyone? So that would be the first topic of the day. Then I will be demystifying Microsoft Azure Cloud. Then I will be explaining the Azure Cloud Services, the offerings from the Microsoft Azure portal walkthrough, and Gartner's Magic Quadrant. And we need to see data as a big picture, right? Data is everywhere. Data is omnipresent. And how do we understand the value and how it can help in driving the business insights? We have to understand that, right, from that angle. And data science is the new buzzword. So I thought of keeping this slide as well. So most of the people are from second year, third year? Second year, how many? This is second year? Third year? Third year is less? Okay, no issues. Yeah, so when we are talking about data, so first thing comes in my mind is the security rate. I cannot compromise on that. So I'll be talking on that as well. And some of the use cases, so that you guys understand it's just not like laptop fully and coding career and that's it. You have to broaden your horizon and see how it actually happens. So I will make sure when the session ends, each one of you is present in this auditorium have some insight on the session which I'm giving. So what I'm speaking today is the data. And if I'm not making an insightful session, then I will be a failure, right? So yeah, I'll be talking on that also. And I'll show you a roadmap to the Azure, where the goals and skills are required. And the career path and the certification journey, right? How you can kickstart your journey in Azure as well. And some of the learning resources where you can take forward, and maybe you can do that learning. And when the projects are coming in, you can use cloud. Okay, maybe you are doing the development, that's good, but make sure you are using cloud. I'm not saying you use Microsoft Azure. You can use any cloud. You can use GCP, you can use AWS. So there is no favoritism here. And I will end the session with FAQs. Definitely, I would like to hear some questions from you so that I can understand. Okay, this is how I could have, spread the knowledge across you guys. And one thing I want to make sure that the whole content is, is self-made, and the disclaimer is totally based on my views. So yeah, I will explain whatever the understanding I could get in the industry today, where I'm standing in Microsoft, one of the biggest companies. Yeah. So let's start with the first question: how cloud works? Come on, guys. Even answer is wrong, it's fine. Anyone? How cloud works? What is cloud? We all know. First, we got the insight on that. Okay, how yeah, so it's like a magic when the offering is helping the humankind in that level. It sounds like magic, but we are engineers, right? We need to know the technicality. So how cloud works? I won't deep dive, but I'll at least give you an insight how actually it works, so that you know behind the scenes how things happen. So how cloud works? Okay, no issues.
Microsoft Azure
What do you expect?
is a private and public cloud platform. You may be familiar with it.
Is it audible the last time? But this is important. Can you sit? Sir, can you sit? Technical insight. There we go.
Microsoft Azure is a private and public cloud platform. You may be familiar with the Azure services that developers and IT professionals use to build, deploy, and manage applications. But how does it work? Azure uses a technology known as virtualization. Virtualization separates the tight coupling between a computer's CPU and its operating system using an abstraction layer called a hypervisor. The hypervisor emulates all the functions of a real computer and its CPU in a virtual machine. It can run multiple virtual machines at the same time, and each virtual machine can run any compatible operating system, such as Windows or Linux. Azure takes this virtualization technology and repeats it on a massive scale in Microsoft data centers throughout the world. Each data center has many racks filled with servers. Each server includes a hypervisor to run multiple virtual machines. A network switch provides connectivity to the servers. One server in each rack runs a special piece of software called a fabric controller. Each fabric controller is connected to another special piece of software known as the orchestrator. The orchestrator is responsible for managing everything that happens in Azure, including responding to user requests. Users make requests using the orchestrator's web API, The web API can be called by many tools, including the user interface of the Azure portal. When a user makes a request to create a virtual machine, the orchestrator packages everything that's needed, picks the best server rack, then sends the package and request to the Fabric controller. Once the Fabric controller has created the virtual machine, the user can connect to it. Azure makes it easy for developers and IT professionals to be agile when they build, deploy, and manage their applications and services. But this agility can have unintended consequences if unauthorized resources are created, or if resources are left running after they're no longer needed. The solution to this problem is to use Azure's Resource Access Management tool as part of your organization's governance program. That's the subject of the next video in the series.
Did it create some sense? Was it insightful? If not, I will explain that again. Because I want to make sure I'm not going to an extent until you guys understand. Because if you are pursuing this degree, you are aiming to get into IT MNCs, right? You have to understand the core. So how cloud works? So behind the scenes is nothing but a data center, right? So what is the data center, guys?
Where data is stored.
You can speak out loud. No issue. Anyone?
Where data is stored.
Data center is where data is stored. Anything else? Any more answers? Come on, guys. Answers can be wrong or right. Doesn't matter. Yep. What else? So, if I say data center, it's a misnomer. You might be thinking, yeah, data है. But data center is a physical location. A physical location which any cloud service provider has. We are accessing the cloud from anywhere, anytime. But there has to be some hardware. Let's talk basics, the layman language. There has to be some hardware. There has to be a user. A software has to sit in between that you can interact with the hardware. That's how OS works, right? Similarly, in data center, there are physical machines. How we can say that the plates where the racks are kept. You saw there were two racks, right? So in that way, there are multiple racks. And there is a piece called as fabric of controller as well. It decides where the resources are going to sit. When you put a request on the Azure portal or through a infrastructure as a code, it goes and sets. So why is that? Why is that important? Why that decision making is done? Anyone? Why would we choose cloud? First of all, let's understand that. Why would we choose that? We can do in our own system something of the development, right? And I can this TV storage also. Why do we need cloud?
Can we run our systems 24/7?
Okay, that is high availability. Right. What else? Scalability. Did I hear that right? Okay. So there are two things: vertical scaling and horizontal scaling. Okay, I'll come to that. But yeah, if this machine of mine has a GPU of 2 GB graphics, and if I have to build a machine learning model, it requires 64 GB of GPU. Can I accommodate that over here? Instantly, anytime, anywhere, in fraction of seconds? Can I do that? Can do that. First of all, I have to see what is the feasibility or limitations I have with my personal system. I can have something remote, something as virtual. So that's why cloud is nothing works on the virtualization. There was a term called virtualization, right? So the whole physical machine is virtualized into small virtual machines. For you, it will have your own system in history. I have got one system, but on that rack, one plate, that is a physical server, which is virtualized, and suppose to all of you has been provisioned, and you guys are thinking, I bought my system. but that is one physical server which has been virtualized for all you. So this is how virtualization works. And there is a piece we need to have software to interact with the hardware, that is hypervisor. Right? There was a term called hypervisor, right? So hypervisor helps you to interact with the data center, which works behind the scenes, and an orchestrator helps you in achieving those resources to be deployed. So all the API calls, orchestrator takes care of that. Okay. So when did Azure Cloud start its journey? There was a project named Red Top, started 2 decades back to see it, right, in 2008. In Feb 1, and in 2010 it was named as Windows Azure. Earlier Microsoft Azure was known as Windows Azure. Right? It was renamed as Microsoft Azure in March 25th. 2015. So these things are behind the scenes, how cloud has evolved over the time. तो अच्छा नहीं लगता रेड टॉप क्लाउड में जाना है. रेड टॉप क्लाउड क्या है? If somebody asks you, you can say that's something about Microsoft Azure, right? Is it better now? Or was it echoing earlier? So each and every cloud has their offerings. Azure has that too. So some gentlemen told that there are compute services, there are integration services, application services, storage services, database services, AI-enabled services, right? So each and every cloud here in the market is offering something or the other for the business need, for the challenges being faced in the industry now. So we can see this, right? And whatever you see, the cloud services are there. You see the below page. What is that? I was talking about something, right? Data center infrastructure. Whatever is built above, आपको अगर storage मिल रही है, virtual machine मिल रही है, database मिल रही है, everything is virtualized. That data center is the foundation. And आपको सिर्फ दो चीज दिखती है, the blue area. So now analytics and IoT is also booming. So you can take leverage of that also, right? Like I'll be talking about the Azure Data Platform of it, where you can get an insight how it is helping the challenges being faced in the world today. Let me do another video.
Whether we realize it or not, we rely on the cloud for everything. From working remotely with colleagues to ordering delivery from our favorite restaurants to securely communicating with our doctors. But what is the cloud? It is not nebulous magic, nor is it a single supercomputer. The cloud is a globally interconnected network of millions of computers and data centers throughout the world that work together to store and manage data, run applications, and deliver content and services. The Microsoft Cloud keeps your data protected across more global data center regions than any other cloud provider. From the United Kingdom to the United Arab Emirates, South Africa to South Korea. Go behind the scenes at a Microsoft Cloud data center to learn how our cloud works.
That makes sense. Let's come to the data center regions, how it is spread across. There are 60 plus data center regions and spread across 140 countries. Can you just imagine 140 countries, 60 plus data centers? And I think it's okay. Can you just so I need help from you guys. I'm showing you a data, and your brain has to interpret what is there over here. Topic is data of the data, right? Let's hit the data centers first. You need to find and tell me what is an insight you're getting. What is your brain telling me by seeing this picture? Any answers? Tell me. I want to see the depth of how you're interpreting an image. An image is an unstructured data. This is an image, right? Please interpret and go ahead with the answers.
The blue one are the data centers.
Okay. Is the data centers? Is the optic fibers, the lines? What else?
Pushing cables.
Okay.
Cables inside the ocean.
Sorry.
Cables inside the ocean.
Cables are inside the oceans. Spread across the oceans, right? What else? Come on, guys. What else? In South America. What else? Sorry? Is there optical fiber cable has been laid in behind the the oceans? That is a different project which ran so that internet is accessible to each and everyone.
Mostly centers are like near the coastlines.
Yes, I wanted to hear who was that guy. So we know that data centers are there. You can see that in the two dots. You can see optical fiber cables. That. But what is the intrinsic over here? What is the intrinsic pattern?
All are near the coastlines.
I heard that answer a minute before. So most of the data centers are at the coastal line. We are saying, okay, it is going to sea, but why coastal line? Why not in the nation or country?
Cost. Costing.
It's not about the infrastructure, but what is the major reason? Why at coastal line and not in the center of the land?
Costing.
That's one thing. So if I put a data center in Mumbai and Chennai, so in India there are three data centers: West India, South India, and Central India, which is Mumbai, Chennai, and Pune. So out of three, two, which is 66.67%, are near to coast. Right? The reason behind is all the optical fibers which has been laid in the ocean has to get a entry point, a data center connectivity. I cannot put that and I have an extra cost added to the whole setup. So data center, if I have to extend those optical fiber cables to the land, again from Mumbai, suppose I have to take it to Nagpur, 090, center of India. Will it add cost? Yes or no?
Very much.
Right? So that's the reason. The things are there, but you have to see how is trying to portray. You have to think at that level. So specifically, I kept this. Okay. So let's unwind the issue for how big is the optical fiber cable setup? How big? Can anyone read it?
146 billion.
Right? Can you just imagine? So the setup is that big, that long, I should say. That if I start from Earth till Moon, and when do I get into 3 times? Means 6 times of this value. That is the length of the optical fiber cable laid out by Microsoft. For the data center setup. Can you imagine the scalability, the pain, the setup cost, and the insight or the idea they had? Why? Why are they doing it? We will always stop at what and how. There's something called as golden circle. Why? The reason is why. Why you guys need to learn cloud computing and not anything else? You have to get an answer, right? Otherwise, how will you do justice to the job? It's not just you opening the system and putting for the day. Beyond that, I'll explain you guys.
बोलो तो छुट्टी डालू वो लोग तो हो जाएंगे आज को
So, some guys have developed this thing to. Isn't it interesting? You can see all the data centers where it is spread across. It's just not graphics, it is a 3D model. The setup, right? So what does this color say? Adds no value to me. I should know. That's why we have legends, right? So these geographies, the regions, and what else? The edge zones, network POP, WAN links, ground stations. Okay. Microsoft is working on wind, solar, and mix. So Microsoft has a mission that they want to be carbon neutral by 2030. So whatever the data center setup they have, they don't want to emit any carbon to the picture. That's what the whole Microsoft is working right now. What are the solutions? Anyone? Anyone here? Yes, please.
like that connection from the satellites you can
Okay.
say the stations that are like communicating at the ground through
What does the
satellites
ground station do?
basically connecting through satellites various centers so that cables are not required.
So this is the cherry of the cake. I'll end the session with this. So you guys need to remember, this is the data I'm passing to you. What is ground station? And I'll talk about it definitely. So have you ever been to Asia Portal, guys? Anyone? Has any account? Who has? Anyone?
Sequence का है ना
Raise a hand, guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it? 5. Okay. That's it. I'll give you a walkthrough. So only talking in there doesn't help. Right? You have to see how the things are. Because you'll have a Google console, you have a AWS console, right? So similarly, we have called as Azure Portal. So Microsoft knows how to do the business, right? What are they good at? How did they grow before cloud? Anyone? OS. Name of the product?
Windows
What was good about Windows?
friendliness
Loud please.
friendly
UI, more words. I heard user friendly sound. Okay. What else? Easy to use. User friendly. Okay. So this analogy remains the same. So they came up with this product, Microsoft Azure, and while naming them, they make sure it is simplified. The nomenclature is as simple as that. If it is a virtual machine, if it is a virtual network, it will be named as that. If it is a database, it will. So that it is the identifiable what services are there offered by the data, right? So if I open a marketplace, so yeah, so this is the bazaar. Okay. Endless services, whatever problems you have, solutions are there by the Microsoft Azure, but you need to just search for that. So suppose I want to create a virtual machine, right? Virtual network is there, okay. I'm just searching it. Virtual machine. Do I get that? There's something called as a virtual machine. Uh, there's something called as virtual machine scale sets, right? And that's an advanced topic, but I'll still try to cover that with some of the use case studies. So this is the marketplace. A market is where you get all the things, right? Whatever we're eating or any accessories or anything we need. Similarly, cloud, Azure Cloud has this marketplace as the hub where you can go and directly, deploy the resources from there, or you can create a resource on this. Click on this, and you can create a resource. What do you want to create? So you see, all the offerings are there. But if you are, confused what service I need to, where do I find that exact service that I need to deploy? So there is a category here on the left hand side. You see categories. If I want to build something for AML, for analytics, blockchain, something for the compute, containers, so everything has been, introduced on the category section. If I click on suppose databases, so we see Cosmos DB, database from MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQL database. So whatever we want to create, the whole portfolio is here. You can go ahead and create that. So this is the global search. If you have deployed any resources, right? If you have deployed any resource, suppose this is a resource group I'm having. There is any resources here. No such resources. So what is the resource group base? Anyone? What is the resource group? Okay, let's come back a step. What is the subscription? Can you create each and every service for free? Cloud works on pay as you go. इतना आप यूज करेंगे नहीं पैसा I will not pay for the whole day जब मैं यूज भी नहीं मैं 24 घंटे का बिल क्यों दूं जो मेरा काम 2 घंटे का है why will I do that मुझे जितना जरूरत है I'll use it and then I'll say simple as you are renting something like you are renting a flat you just need to stay for a year will you pay for 5 years doesn't make sense right so why will enterprise or any customers do that the pay as you go model is the baseline for any cloud so whatever you are using you have to pay for that so yeah so for that model you have to have subscriptions you guys take subscriptions right in Airtel or Netflix subscription उसमें भी bifurcation है HD देख सकते हैं SD देख सकते हैं right 4K content देखना है then what right the pricing changes whatever you want whatever category you want the pricing will change according कोई HD में खुश है कोई HD plus में खुश नहीं है तो 4K से so it depends on scale who wants what right so this works on the pay as you go model so remember this guys so even if you guys are creating the Azure portal account Microsoft Azure you will be given some credits but that doesn't mean you can go ahead and create any service you like but it is enough to do the project for the upcoming years you are going to be here right in the third year or fourth year make sure you use cloud any cloud it might be but make sure you do that because I'll help you with that how you can get the free student subscriptions as well you can look into that also so this makes sense so everything is treated here as a resource or a service in cloud and at the left pane we have something called as hub each and everything will have its own configuration settings or something as on the cost management or on the monitoring, or the basic overview or the settings required to be applied on the specific resource, right? So this is the hub. This is a global search. You can see the directory here. How you are logged in. Say I'm logged in with my personal ID, right? Uh, yeah. So under subscriptions comes your resource group. So resource group is a logical container. रिसोर्स का ग्रुपिंग करना माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने कोई हार्ड टर्म नहीं रखा है या रॉकेट साइंस वाला टर्म नहीं रखा है रिसोर्स ग्रुप इज ग्रुप ऑफ रिसोर्सेस विल सेव दैट राइट अंडर दैट ग्रुप you can deploy anything virtual machine virtual network which were known as VPC in other right there is a VNet here virtual network you do the subnetting there right so also the databases or any resources any specific resources even if you are creating a policy that is treated as as a resource and policies can be applied at resource level also it can be applied at resource group level also or it can be applied at subscription level so this is how the hierarchy is if I am applying at the subscription level the resource group and the resources will inherit those policies suppose I want to deploy a virtual machine in West India which is Mumbai data center and not the South India, which is Chennai. So I can create a policy for that. And I will make sure that the resources are not deployed in the South India region. Right? Because the customer from Europe, maybe from the Mid East, so Arabian Sea is nearer. I have to make the correct decisions, right? While we are creating the landing zone. What is the landing zone, guys? What is the landing zone? Anyone any idea? Landing zone. Landing zone. What is the meaning of basic English literal of landing zone? Anyone? Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So that particular thing is known as availability zone. Landing zone is your underlying infrastructure. You see that in the data center, but how will you show in the Azure portal? So what is the foundation of any cloud? Anyone? Data center is there, it will provide you the services. But मैं cloud में जाऊँगा क्यों? There are two things you need to remember throughout your life. If you have to pursue this cloud journey, or if you want to be a cloud IT professional, there are two things you cannot skip at all. One is your security, another is networking. You have to understand the basic concepts, and I believe you guys will have this topic, subjects coming up in the 6th or 7th semester as well, right? So please make sure you put with the basics, because the MNCs will not ask you high-five things. You have to be good with basics and security and networking. Make sure you guys are well versed with this. If Python में coding करना आना या Java में coding करना is not. You're just working on UI. There are multiple bits and pieces. It works together in silos, right? But it provides a solution. You have to think in that way. Just meaning कि बस एक point पे मैंने development कर दिया and other things I have to keep it. No, that is not the case. Yeah. So how does cloud work? It was a shared responsibility model. कुछ responsibility हमारी होंगी customers की. So on-prem क्या है? What is an on-prem? On-prem, guys? Come on, guys, come on, speak up. I don't want anyone to be sleeping. Because I'm going to make sure it's more interesting now. What is on-prem? Yeah, on-premise is fine, but what is that? What is on-prem? What is a premise? Let's go to the basics. What is a premise? Premise is a campus, is the area, right? On premise, मतलब उसी campus में means every earlier how was that कि आप पूरा चीज you will take care responsibility of the leader okay, so you will be taking care of each and every layer, whether it is as PaaS, everything will be taken care by the service. तब क्या होता है आप अपने campus में जैसे JECRC wants to have on-premise data center, and that will communicate in this boundary only, right? But if I want to make this available to the whole globe, right? And आपको अगर upgrade करना है तो what will you do? You take the approval of Aditya sir. सर हमें थोड़ा GPU चाहिए machine learning का ये करना है हमें project करना है तो GPU से नहीं हो रहा है model runs नहीं हो रही है. So what will you do? You will put the request, right? The JECRC finance team will look into that after the officer's approval. फिर वो acquisition के लिए जाएगी. Acquisition के बाद procurement होगा. Procurement करने के बाद setup होगा. By that time, what you guys will do? Maybe it will take a month. Will you wait a month for a project? Start. So that's the beauty of cloud. So at any point, anytime, anywhere, you can use the cloud services for your project. So that's the contrast, right? So physical data center, you have to in on-prem, everything under the blue category. Customer, the client has taken. Okay, but if you are coming towards the SaaS, your responsibility will be less. So just to explain this, email everyone is using, right? That is running on Google Cloud. वो application आप open कर लेते हो in your Android phone or in your system also. Do you have to take care how the application is running? Do you have to take care of its availability? Do you have to take care how it looks like? Right. That's in SaaS. Software as a service. Generally, the SaaS, right? You just have to use the application, and data remains with you. That's why if you see the information and data. Why I brought this slide was the interestingness is on the first part, the information and data. It remains with you always in all the models. Okay. So after generally कुछ confidential document आया offer letter, will Google open that? Google can't do that. Or you know, legal laws, we cannot do that. Meaning that is known as PII or SI. SI is sensitive information, or PI confidential information, right? Or PII, personal identifier information. So some guys are keeping Aadhaar card, PAN card, or you know other government documents, right, in the G drive. So can anyone read that? The numbers? Why are you keeping them? What is there in your mindset? Why are you uploading that? Why can't you keep the physical copy? Transform क्यों होना है? My every slide will have a queue. Why? Security. So cloud runs on trust. आपका भरोसा है Google Cloud. That's why you're keeping. What if your other card is, you know, encrypted and is being used for some, you know, illegal things? You like that? None of us will like that, right? So ये क्या है? पूरा cloud model क्या है? Which works on trust, and that's how the things are evolving. इसलिए there is a transparency. कितना आप संभालोगे कितना मैं संभालूंगा. That's the transparency. Data हमेशा आपके साथ रहेगा. The first point, right? Last year there was Gartner report. Gartner Magic Quadrant. Anyone? Come on, guys. What is the insight? What can you interpret from this graphics or the display? Okay, what else? Is it well viewable or it is not clear? Is it not clear? Is it? Okay. Okay, so we have four sections like to explain: challengers, leaders, niche players, and visionaries. So in leaders section, the first quadrant, you can see three giants are there: Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, and Google. Why they are in leader section and not on the other quadrants? Why?
Markets here.
Sorry?
Highest markets.
Yeah, that dominance is there, I agree. But why they are not in other sections? Refer to the axis. Hint is refer to the axis. Refer to the axis I told. Is it visible or there's some issue? X and Y. क्या है एक्सिस में क्या है x and y में क्या है? What do we see? Ability to execute on the y axis. Completeness of vision is on the x axis, right? That's how we how do we plot a point in our graph sheet? देखिए जो point आए हैं leader section में by the Gartner. I'm not saying this. Gartner says this in July 2021, right? So what makes them leaders? Sort it out. So they have the immense ability to execute for the vision they have. There are the highly visionary companies. You see Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. Their vision is at the most, if I refer to the x-axis, right? And also to the y-axis, ability to execute. Whatever vision you have, आप उसको implement कर रहे हैं. Then customers will come to you, students will come to you. They will learn your technology. नहीं तो वो Java ही करते रह जाएंगे, right? So this thing is very important. You need to understand which companies are the market leaders and why they are leaders. Why? Attach why to everything. That is the golden circle. Once you understand why, I think everything will be justified. Because why means the purpose. आप क्या कर रहे हो, कैसे कर रहे हो, to an extent ठीक है, but क्यों कर रहे हो, that you have to understand. Right? अब data पे आते हैं. Data is the bigger picture. So what is the data? What is the data, guys? Collection of information. What if the data is dirty? Are you getting information on that? The data is irrelevant. Will that add any information to me? What is the data?
Raw facts and figures.
What if I told you मुझे मुझे इंटरव्यू देना है and the venue is JECRC का campus वाला building, right? But the room number is wrong. Where the interview is happening, room number is wrong. So is that data correct? No. How can that be useful or insightful?
Raw facts and figures collected at a place.
So facts and figures. अब उस facts का कितना मान्यता है और importance है according to the situation or the use case that we have to interpret. Our human brain will do that, right? मेरा human brain बोल रहा है कि ये रूम में interview हो रही है, information आया है. That information can be a dirty data, right? And it is not insightful to me. But अगर technical language में बात करें, it's nothing but 1 and 0, right? At the end it's 1 0 1 0 binary digits, right? That's what we have studied. At the end, behind the scenes, it is 1 0 1 0. So what are the data challenges, guys? What are the data challenges? Sorry. Okay. Okay. Yes. Those are the reasons. These are the three. Actually, there are five also. Veracity is also there. Five V's are there, but three V's are standard one. I don't want to keep something which is just for the sake what is there in the internet or my knowledge. Rather than no other academics. You have to understand why I put three V's only. The types of data, structured, unstructured, anyway. What is structured data? Don't go to RTMS. RTMS बाद में आएगा. Data में बात करते हैं. Database बाद में बात करते हैं. Data क्या है? Unstructured data क्या है? Anything which is sorted, which is formatted, that data is structured data. Right? All the students going to appear for this is okay. This is our semester, right? So for 5th semester and 7th semester, is any other list? Student name, the ID, the examination they are going to take, the course name, and the course, or the registration number by the RTO. Right? So that is something structured. Okay, he is not well, doing well, or he has gone from some medical emergency, so he won't be able to appear for the exam. So that table is adding some insight. Maybe officer can think about will be talking to you in person, or the HOD of that department can talk to you. What is the reason won't be appearing? Right? Why didn't you fill the examination form? We do that, right? Semester examination form we fill it for every semester. I did that wrong 12 years back. So we all do that. But that guy unfortunately didn't. कैसे पता चलेगा? यार ये तो बोल देंगे मैम वो एग्जाम नहीं दे पाएगा. But how can this be done at enterprise level? How this can be done in the professional level? How? You need to have a Tableau data. Right? That Tableau data will add some insight. Okay, this guy will not be appearing for the exam for so and so reason. Right? So what is hot versus cold? What is hot data and cold data? Anyone? जो डेटा जैसलमेर में तैयार होता है वो हॉट डेटा है और जो मसूरी में होता है वो कोल्ड डेटा है. What is hot data and cold data? Come on. Anyone? You can say no.
Dynamic and static data.
Sorry?
Dynamic and static.
Dynamic and static data, okay. Not correct, so. Okay. Archival is another tier altogether. Someone, yes, I'm getting the answers, yes? Someone very close. Most frequently used. Okay. So data which is most frequently used is a hot data. And one which is kept, and I would be reading that after 1 week. I'm just keeping for the storage purpose. But I'm not going to use it today. I'm just keeping it for the sake of storage. Right? Hot data. Data are being accessed frequently. How? Any examples? Let's say stock market. Every second में बदलता है. Fraction of seconds में. That is hot data. What is cold data? एक मूवी रखा है. एग्जाम के बाद देखेंगे. Something like this. You have to understand what data is being frequently used and what is not being used. Right? So that sets the difference between hot and cold. What is data lake and data warehouse? Why these keywords are important? अगर पता नहीं है यार तो भी फाइन है. सेशन के बाद भी हो सकता है पता ना हो. But you know these keywords. ताकि you guys can go back and at least okay. There was a word called data lake. There was a word called data warehouse. You guys will have a subject. Data warehouse is there. Data warehouse and mining. Data mining. Data mining is there, right? As a subject. So most probably in 6th semester I did in my 6th semester. So yeah. Data mining को अच्छे से पढ़ना बहुत. अगर डेटा में इसे बनाना है सिर्फ आरटीपी में से नहीं होगा, लेकिन वही डेटा माइनिंग अच्छे से पढ़ना है। ओके, केडीडी प्रोसेस उसे नहीं आता है। तो व्हाट इज केडीडी? तो knowledge discovery from data. We are having data and from there we will get some knowledge. So इसी data mining is a misnomer word. हम लोग जब coal mining करते हैं या sand mining करते हैं तो we are mining that only. But actually हम लोग data mining नहीं करते हैं. What do? We mine the interesting pattern in the data. We mine what is insightful and can create business outcome. तो डेटा माइनिंग करते हैं, डेटा से कुछ पैटर्न निकालेंगे, वो पैटर्न मुझे हेल्प करेगी मेरे बिजनेस में या फिर मेरे डिसीजन मेकिंग में, राइट? सो दैट इज वन ऑफ द, इसका है ग्राफ, आई शो यू, एंड टाइप ऑफ डेटा एनालिटिक्स, सो आई विल टॉक अबाउट दैट आल्सो। हाँ, सो द 3 P's, 2.5 ट्रिलियन बाइट्स पर डे डेटा जनरेट होता है। What is quintillion guys? डेटा स्केल पढ़े थे हम लोग, 20 से स्मॉल 20 से लेके टीबी या पीडी तक रुक गए। उसके बाद तो 2.5 quintillion बाइट्स, 1 बिलियन गीगाबाइट्स और मिलियन टेराबाइट्स, राइट? If you multiply that 2.5 into 1 million, that would be the amount of data is generated every day. I'm talking today in Spain, that is the data. Now creating, a post, LinkedIn, that is the data. Right? We are surrounded by data. Right? Everything. Like where I'm saying, they took my details, that is the data. Today, who are going to be part of this session, that is the data. Right? We are all surrounded by data. It's all about how do we understand that, how do we interpret that. And from there, after understanding, where do I take that? So that we have to understand. So three V's: variety, volume, velocity. जिस वॉल्यूम में डेटा तैयार हो रही है वर्ल्ड में, जिस वैरायटी से आ रही है, एंड ऑल्सो द वेलोसिटी, at the speed, what is the speed of those data being generated. So you have to understand that also. So the KDD process, which I was telling. तो हाउ, ये एक फ्रेमवर्क है, ओके? अगर आपको कल AIML कौन इंटरेस्टेड है? AIML गाइस, डेटा साइंटिस्ट बनना है, क्या बनना है? व्हाट इज द विजन? सॉरी, सॉल्यूशन आर्किटेक्ट बच्चे बन जाएंगे, ये बनेंगे। क्यों 1 साल वाले को आर्किटेक्ट नहीं बनाते? आज मैं भी आर्किटेक्ट नहीं हूँ, It's 7.5 years I've been working in industry, but I'm not an architect yet. So coming back to the KDD process, so खाली data mining is one part, ठीक है? Where does it start from? Data collection, data cleaning, data integration. That is the first part. आपको कुछ predictive analytics करना है, to forecast how things will happen in future, suppose. So सबसे पहले क्या होगा? You will start seeing the sources, where can I collect the data from? Right. Now if the data is dirty, is not relevant, or if I have to extract the columns of features, the correct code is features. तो मेरे को interesting pattern बनाने के काम है. So I have to clean and I have to ingest and I have to store somewhere first. Then your data selection, okay, the target data, मेरा filter करने के बाद, where you are doing the data wrangling. This takes around 70 to 75% of the time of the whole KDD process. जब आप knowledge discovery कर रहे हो from the data, it will take the most amount of time. Okay. Then data transformation, doing that, data mining and evaluation presentation. So evaluation presentation कैसे करेंगे? How do we do that? Simple language. How do we present our data? Guys, come on. Sorry? What is a graph? Okay. That is a picture to represent, that's fine. But what is the study behind? What are you doing? What is the name of activity? That is what. So you have the graph. It shows something, but your mind and your eyes needs to interpret that. So that is one skill, data visualization. That's what I have been doing with you guys from the past, half an hour. Find the interesting pattern, starting on the data center thing. I was doing the activity with you guys. Is that a demo? This is live thing. You will be asked on the stage, interesting pattern निकाल के बताइए. Who is going to develop the skill? ये develop skill develop करना जरूरी नहीं है. या फिर जैसे जावा में काम करना है, या पाइथन में. अगर आपको डेटा प्रोफेशनल बनना है तो you have to know this. That's what I was trying to convey. That data visualization is one of the skills. So I'll come to that at the end. The roles and skills required. You want to become a data professional, right? Okay. So theoretically, ज़्यादा नहीं घुसेंगे इसमें. You can study this in the textbooks also. But there are four basically: descriptive, diagnostic, okay, predictive, and prescriptive. So what's happening there? That would be descriptive, right? Why is it happening? That is a diagnostic. Predictive, what's likely to happen? Descriptive, what do I need to do? आप जाते हो डॉक्टर के पास, डिस्क्रिप्शन देते हैं वो, आप उससे क्यों नहीं करते? क्योंकि वो प्रिस्क्राइब करते हैं आपको क्या खाना चाहिए. इन पहले बार में दे देते हैं क्या दवाई बिना देखे बिना टेस्ट किए? नो, राइट. He has to go through the diagnosis. So why is it happening? The doctor will try to understand. Right? Data वहाँ पे भी generate हो रहा है. When your blood stream is going through the test in the lab, you see the figures. Yes or no? I hope nobody is ill in any form, but maybe someone parents or relatives, right? Someone or the other, you might have seen वहाँ कुछ ना कुछ pathology report कहीं नहीं. क्या रहता है उसमें? It's a data, right? The data which doctors will understand more because they are proficient. But हमें पता चलता है ओके हम लोग रेड सिग्नल में है या ग्रीन सिग्नल में. अगर रेड में है या फिर उसका बीच में निकाल देते हैं एक येलो सिग्नल, या अगर येलो है तो क्या कर सकते हैं ग्रीन में आने के लिए. What I have to work upon. और रेड है तो immediate action क्या होगा. So when you have data, I am always questioning, because when you have data, when you are sitting there in the cubicle in the industry, when you get placed, आपको सोचना पड़ेगा. कोई आपको सोचना कैसा है वो सिखाएगा नहीं. No company will do that. That's the reason I'm saying this. Okay. AIML वाले, कौन AIML वाले? Hands. So AIML. Okay. So data scientist is one of the most profound, role या फिर highly paid jobs, I can say. और ऐसा बोल सकते हैं one of the reputed most complex role है ये. Why it is complex? Because he has to cover all this. Sorry, he or she. Sorry. So he or she has to cover all this, right? So what are the things, guys? On the screen. तो कोई कह रहा था मैं सिर्फ डेवलपमेंट करूंगा, सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप करूंगा, इंजीनियर बन जाऊंगा. आप तो सिर्फ एक पुणे में हो बस. और क्या क्या स्किल्स है डेटा साइंटिस्ट बनने के लिए? You can treat business as domain knowledge. I tell you, when the use case comes in, business for that domain. You need to understand why they are doing that. So, if software development करने से आप बन जाओगे data professional, बन जाओगे. What else do you need? Computer science सब पढ़ रहे हैं, सोच रहे होंगे येलो सर्कल, मैं तो डेटा साइंटिस्ट बन ही जाऊंगा. बाकी दो सर्कल का क्या? So, it's a very complex stream. यहाँ पे आपको statistical, mathematical, नॉलेज होना बहुत जरूरी है, जहाँ पे लीनियर अलजेब्रा, स्टैटिस्टिक्स यूज होती हैं इन डे टू डे लाइफ. business analytics, or I can say business or domain knowledge. आप okay. So कल कुछ faculties, no, not faculties, students missed their flight or they were delayed. What was the reason, guys? Cloud है reason और बताओ. Cloudy reason है और बताओ. You are right. Why was the flight delayed? Bad weather. Flight delay कब होती है? जैसे कि टर्बुलेंस वगैरह हो रहा हो एंड ऑल आर पैनिक करना. तो जेईसीआरसी की टीम ये प्रेडिक्ट कर सकती थी? कर सकती थी. वेदर फोरकास्ट है, गूगल से डेटा देते हैं. फोरकास्ट क्या दिखा रहा है? एक हफ्ते का तो दिखाता ही है, उससे ज्यादा भी दिखाता है, बल्कि कि हमें ये इवेंट करवाना है. एंड विल द एक्सचेंज स्पीकर्स बी अवेलेबल हियर? It was good that there was another speaker to speak behalf of that other person. तो आपने अपना कोटा फिल कर दिया. But what if there was no other speaker? आपको सब बैठे रहते? Was that what you guys came for? So why I am saying this? Because there is something called predictive analytics. आप predict कर सकते हो from the trend or the driving factors how a flight can be delayed, and if my esteemed speaker is coming. And if it gets delayed, what can be done? Delay तब हुआ जब बताया गया. बस मैं नहीं आ पाऊंगा टाइम पे, तो इस समय में सेशन नहीं ले पाऊंगा. मैं just smart enough, fit enough, fit the other guys, and second conduct हो गया. And he was giving in the second half. What if there was no speaker? तो इसका ये देखो, this is the decision making. What I am trying to say is to make decisions from the data. अगर आपको पता है फ्लाइट डिले होगी, तो मैं ये क्लाउड समिट कैसे चलाऊंगा? सारे जो बैंगलोर से आ रहे हैं उनका फ्लाइट डिले है. हम दो स्पीकर बोलने वाले हैं फर्स्ट डे में सपोज. तो डिसीजन मेकिंग करना पड़ेगा, राइट? Maybe the other guys who have already landed can speak on behalf. तो एक decision making था कल, right? How was that done? But not with the predictive analytics. I am saying it can be done with the predictive analytics कि हाँ पहले से जान जाओ कि अगर मुझे एक्शन लेना हो तो कैसे कर सकते हैं. Okay, so एक bookish thing है, I don't like knowledge at all. फिर भी आप लोग देख सकते हो, you can run through. It is quite readable. So everything starts with why. I told you, right? So business understanding होना बहुत जरूरी है. ये क्यों कर रहे हैं? Why are we doing? तो जेईसीआरसी के लिए मोटिव क्या होता? क्यों करेंगे प्रेडिक्टिव एनालिटिक्स? क्यों करेंगे? Anyone? JECRC guys, only JECRC guys. क्यों करेंगे predictive analytics? Why? Predictive analytics इसलिए करेंगे ताकि हमें पता चले कि जो सेशन का स्पीकर है वो आ पाएंगे कि नहीं. सिंपल. क्लाउड समिट चलेगा कि नहीं, राइट? डे वन अगर पूरा फॉल्स पड़ गया तो no one has arrived. But you guys have arrived, right? You are from local. Umbrella लेके आ गए आप लोग. You somehow managed to get in. But what about that flight which was scheduled from Bangalore to Jaipur? That didn't arrive. You guys are sitting. So predictive analytics can help you in that case. I'm giving a live example how it can pitch in. So वो फ्रेमवर्क समझाना इसलिए जरूरी था कि कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी जो है फ्रेमवर्क में बनती है एंड इट फॉलोज द प्रिंसिपल्स. सो आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं मॉडर्न डेटा प्लेटफॉर्म रेफरेंस आर्किटेक्चर है एंड देयर आर थ्री रिलेशन डेटाबेस आर नथिंग बट स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा. इट्स टेबुलर फॉर्मेट में RDBMS में स्टोर है. सो यू कैन ट्रीट दैट स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा. देन यू हैव सेमी स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा एंड नॉन स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा. So first, what will we do? If you have a business case to solve, right? I'll ingest them and I'll load them or I'll store them, right? After storing them, so if it is unstructured data, I have to see the offering which Azure has. This is data lake Gen 2. Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Azure Data Lake Gen 2 क्या है? It is a storage which is capable of storing the big data or the unstructured data, and it can help you perform the analytics on the storage itself. Okay? So it can integrate with Databricks and Azure Synapse. I'll not go into deep into that because it will, create a confusion. But why I'm trying to bring this, because you should understand the framework. So what is the process?
मेरा डेटा है,
मैंने कोई भी हो, नॉन स्ट्रक्चर्ड हो, सेमी स्ट्रक्चर्ड हो, या RDBMS डेटा, मैंने स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा, आई लोड एंड इंजेस्ट दैट इन द डेटा फैक्ट्री. फैक्ट्री में हम क्या करते हैं? हम रॉ मटेरियल लाते हैं. So what data we bring in? Raw data. So see how they have been so good with the nomenclature. That's what I was saying about the Microsoft days. उन्होंने डेटा फैक्ट्री बनाया. फैक्ट्री में जो चीज आता है वो जरूरी नहीं कि वो प्रोसेस्ड हो, वो फैक्ट्री में प्रोसेसिंग होने के बाद यूजेबल होगा, राइट? You are suppose in the leather industry, you are bringing the leather, you are bringing the raw, materials, and then you are bringing to the pre-processing of those articles, and then that can be usable in next stage, right? Factory में जो आता है वो सारा raw format पे होता है. Then you have Azure Synapse Analytics. That is a unified platform offered by Azure. So the best part about this is it integrates with all. Another thing is it has Synapse Analytics अंदर खुद ही उनका data store है, ADF भी है, right? They have everything integrated. It's a unified platform. आप हर चीज Synapse Analytics से coverage कर सकते हो. Then there is a Databricks. Databricks can be used for data transformation as well. It can be used for prep and train. जिनको AI/ML में काम करना है Azure में, they have to use this Databricks. You see, there are cognitive services Azure ML from Databricks. There is a arrow going, right? So that's how Databricks will help you. And from Databricks, you can put that in Azure Cosmos DB. Azure Cosmos DB is a NoSQL DB. So what is a NoSQL, guys? It is such a query language. Huh? What is a NoSQL? You can do both in NoSQL. So there is something called as Cosmos DB, which is turnkey distribution. It works on turnkey distribution thing. And anything happening at suppose US, the data has been stored. We create a replica, suppose at Mumbai data center within a fraction of seconds. It is that much scalable, it is that much usable, because Microsoft knew that most of the data are going to be NoSQL unstructured data, right? So they had to develop something which SQL couldn't do, right? So that time Cosmos DB was default. Right? There is something called as Power BI Premium. So what is the Power BI, guys? Anyone? It's a visualization tool, right? So yeah, so Microsoft has their own offering called as Power BI, which can be used for analytics. You can see the arrows. Right? Cosmos DB can be integrated with the application, the UI you are in the front end you are having. Right? The data which was, suppose I am having the application in my edge location and the database too, then there will be less latency to access that. Right? You have my local data access points. That's what the concept of edge links and servers are there, right? So yeah. So here also there is another thing, you see stream analytics. Right? Stream analytics is also there. Stream analytics deals with your real-time data. Right? Or I should say live data. So guys, come on, help me. What is there over here? What do you see? What do you see? this way. अगर माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का डेटा सेंटर कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो जाए, अगर जो नेटवर्क केबल्स है and that is being virtualized to a machine, तो नेटवर्क भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज होगा, कोई इंट्रूडर आएगा उसने एक्सेस करके या सिक्वल इंजेक्शन करके एक्सेस स्क्रिप्टिंग होता है, where you put the faulty script or DDoS attack. Anyone knows DDoS attack? Well, denial of service. What is that? You're telling me how it happens, telling what it is. So what it is simply in layman language, you are flooding the network with your request so that the actual users are not able to access the service. See, in this world, everything works in server and client model, supply and demand. Supply है तो demand होगा, supply नहीं है तो demand नहीं. Whole world works on this philosophy, right? So intruder will come in and will flood the whole network, and it will seem as if it is getting from the actual users, but it is some intruder or the hacker who has flooded, and the actual users are not getting it. Suppose आप लोगों को सेमेस्टर का मार्क्स देखना है, कितना आया है, और बीच में कोई एक महानती है, हैकर है, उसने क्या किया, फ्लड कर दिया इंटरनेट, किसी को नहीं देखने देंगे, क्यों? बहुत दुख दर्द आएगा, कितना बैक आएगा, देख नहीं सकेंगे मेरा दोस्त लोग, हैक कर देंगे, थोड़ा फ्लड कर देंगे, किसी को कुछ नहीं, और पैनिक अटैक हो रहा है, मार्क्स दिख रहा है, मार्क्स नहीं दिख रहा है, सेमेस्टर मार्क्स कितना है, मेरे 80 तो आना चाहिए, या तो ये होता है ना जीपीएस सीजीपीए वाला कॉन्सेप्ट, राइट? तो जस्ट एट द ह्यूमर ओवर देयर, किसने फ्लड कर दिया, एंड द एक्चुअल यूजर्स आर यू आर नॉट एबल टू सी योर ओन सेमेस्टर मार्क्स व्हिच इज डिस्प्लेड ऑन अ वेब एप्लीकेशन. तो किसी ने ऑलरेडी उस पे फ्लड कर दिया एंड यू आर नॉट एबल टू सी दैट. सो दैट इज समथिंग कॉल्ड द DDoS that works at perimeter level. You can have policies and access, कौन access कर सकता है, because Azure has its own Active Directory जहाँ पे एक credential and login board, right? सारा चीज उससे कंट्रोल होता है. Physical security is at data center level, where I'll tell you one example. Data center operations में क्या होता है? Suppose there is a data center building and there are multiple floors. So a technician will not be allowed to go to the 4th and 5th floor. Suppose it's a 5-story building. He is only allowed to go 1, 2, 3, where the storage are kept. Right? So that is the level of security. आप access कर ही नहीं सकते. So airline thing I already completed, right? I covered this. Is it related? Yes. So first use case airlines मैंने बता दिया. Right? और एक चीज हो सकता है, how we can see कि मेरा सेल कितना आप जा सकता है, because I'm talking about Bangalore. Bangalore is a huge city, and the population is immense. So, like I'm from West Bengal, and most of the Bengalis will go back to West Bengal no matter what, right? So there can be a surge of booking during Navratri, right? So they can provide a competitive airline fare so that all the booking happens in there. Suppose Indigo does it, right? It is more competitive than SpiceJet, right? Or Air India or Vistar, anyway. So how can an airline industry do that? They can provide a competitive price. They can understand the flow, how data might go. The users might book on the airline reservation system. So it is all about being intuitive. It's a prediction at the end, right? Second is retail e-commerce. So how many guys have Flipkart, Amazon installed in their mobile phone or web maybe? We totally destroyed brick mortar. What is brick mortar?
Big players.
Brick mortar. What is brick mortar? High jargon word, but you should know. What is brick mortar?
Big players. The market. Physical store.
Physical market. That's how it is. हर चीज physical और virtual है अभी इस दुनिया में. Pending में तो है ही है. Virtual तो ज़्यादा हो गया थोड़ा. So physical, all the shops out there. आप अगर pantaloons में कहीं पे भी, any brand which you like, you are going and you are about to buy, but you see a competitive price in e-commerce site, can you Flipkart or Amazon? तो आप क्या करोगे? नहीं यहाँ पे मैं ज़्यादा पैसा दूंगी या दूंगा मेरे पास पैसा ज़्यादा है. Will you do that? No one does that. So that's how e-commerce. E-commerce, there's a different philosophy at the end. How their not data, but their warehouses are. They are immense big, and they buy at another scale only. That's why they are able to give you at that competitive price. So e-commerce ने क्या किया? Brick mortar को पूरा destroy कर दिया almost there, because I personally buy from e-commerce only. Yeah, some things are like कुछ है जैसे शादी है. शादी का ड्रेस तो मैं नहीं खरीदूंगा, राइट? मैं नहीं खरीदूंगा. मैं खुद कुछ इवेंट थे जहाँ ब्रिक मोटर कैन हैव अ स्कोप, जहाँ पे ई-कॉमर्स काम नहीं करते, बिकॉज यू हैव टू सी द थिंग, राइट? किसी को लहंगा खरीदना चाहिए, जयपुर में लहंगा पहनते, राइट? इन मैरिजेस, राइट? लहंगा, तो यू विल नॉट बाय इन दैट केस, राइट? Oil and gas exploration. Okay. So does anyone know how this industry works? Anyone? How many came by bike? Those are in hostels, that's fine. But in each and every automotive industry, oil is required. Yes or no? To transcend from point A to point B. चाहे वो फ्लाइट हो या बस हो या मोटरसाइकिल हो, कुछ भी हो. कैन यू जस्ट इमेजिन पेट्रोल नहीं है पेट्रोल पंप में, मैं इसलिए क्लाउड समिट में नहीं आ पाई क्योंकि कैब भी नहीं मिल रहा था, क्योंकि कैब वाले ने पेट्रोल ही नहीं भरा. क्यों नहीं भरा? क्योंकि पेट्रोल पंप में पेट्रोल नहीं है. पेट्रोल पंप में पेट्रोल क्यों नहीं है? बिकॉज पेट्रोल पंप में पेट्रोल सप्लाई नहीं हुआ by Indian Oil or HP or anyone, right? क्यों नहीं हुआ? Going back, you see how things will change. So I'm going back. So क्यों नहीं हुआ? क्योंकि ऑयल रिफाइनरीज ने ऑयल को रिफाइन ही नहीं किया था, फ्रॉम द क्रूड ऑयल टू पेट्रोल और डीजल. क्यों नहीं कर पाए रिफाइन? क्योंकि ऑयल एंड रिफाइनरी इंडस्ट्रीज में जो एक्सट्रैक्शन होता है फ्रॉम इट हैपेंस ओवर द सी. तो आप अगर एक्सट्रैक्ट कर रहे हो ऑयल, द क्रूड ऑयल, दैट इज डन रिफाइनमेंट अगेन, बट क्रूड ऑयल निकला नहीं. क्यों? आई एम डूइंग बैक ट्रेसिंग एक्चुअली. क्यों नहीं निकला? तो ऑयल वेल से उससे क्रूड ऑयल क्यों नहीं निकला? तो यहाँ पे बिजनेस के लिए समझना है, यहाँ पे अंडरस्टैंडिंग होगा. दैट्स हाउ आई एम ट्राइंग टू से यू गाइस. तो प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट ये है कि पेट्रोल लाना है फ्रॉम पॉइंट ए टू द यूजेबल, जहाँ पे यूज हो रहा है, तो यूजर, राइट, एंड यूजर. तो ये प्रॉब्लम है. क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? So what happens in oil wells, there is something called as in-time or real-time data, which is continuously passed, because I read this in the Harvard University. ये ऐसे ही operate होते हैं. There are sensors in the oil well. Okay? There are sensors in the oil well. What does it measure? Which is the data. What are the metrics? Okay. Which is अगर viscous हो जाए, you know the meaning of viscous? I can drink water easily, but not honey. Why? Honey is more viscous. कोई भी pipeline में viscous चीजें easily surpass नहीं हो सकती. That is simple science, right? So temperature और pressure, ये oil wells के जो sensors planted हैं, they check this continuously whether the temperature is dropping and the pressure is dropping.
temperature drop हो रहा है means the crude oil is going to get thicker and viscous and it cannot extract the crude oil. So pressure relieve करने के लिए क्या होता है, drilling किया जाता है behind, so you know, under the ocean. Crude oil कहाँ से आता है? The blue whales or all the marine creatures, when they die, they turn into fossil fuel, right? Those fossil fuel turns into the crude oil. ये knowledge कैसे आया? इसने research किया था, right? So research किस वजह से कर रहे हो आप? I'm telling you the importance of data. बात क्या थी? Commit में आनी थी. Problem कहाँ है? Ocean के नीचे, right? Can you just relate how one human life can be impacted? अगर वहाँ crude oil अगर नहीं हुआ extract, तो आज या कोई भी पूरा नेशन में कोई ट्रैवल नहीं कर पाएगा, बिकॉज देयर इज नो पेट्रोल. पेट्रोल चाहिए एविएशन इंडस्ट्री को भी, राइट? अगर फ्लाइट चलाना है कोई नहीं आ सकता, फिर क्लाउड सर्विस बंद हो जाती. अगेन जेईसीआरसी गाइस वुड हैव डन प्रेडिक्टिव एनालिटिक्स कर लेते हैं, इंस्टेंट डेटा आ रहा है यार, पेट्रोल पता ही नहीं होगा स्टेट्स में. See, I'm talking something which has not happened yet, but it might happen. It is feasible, it can happen. आज आपके पास resources हैं, renewable resources, whatever it is not there tomorrow. That's why electrical cars are there. EVs, right? Why EV is evolving? Because renewable resources will be gone one day. Okay. Space exploration. So Microsoft Azure is marking its footprint in space also. So starting of the session, I asked what is GSAAS? Ground Station as a Service, right? Can you guys recollect? Go back. Ground Station as a Service हमने देखा था globe में. There was a keyword in the legend. Now I'll relate space exploration. So जब भी कोई spacecraft आप launch कर रहे हो, as a satellite आप launch कर रहे हो, तो आप सिर्फ launch करके छोड़ नहीं देते. What does that do? What does a satellite specifically do? Anyone? Any one or two? So Earth observation हो रही है. You know why Earth observation is done? Why is Earth observed from the satellite continuously 24/7, 365? Why? That is, if there were oceanography or the demography or the geography, things will come in, right? But why are we doing this? अच्छा, किसको I think that time you guys might be very small, but the senior folks would know the 2004 tsunami. 2004 tsunami was so destructive. How much destructive it was? You know, the Indian coastal line had extensive sand erosion. तो जो इंडिया की जो ऐसे 3 कोन है वो थोड़ी सी डिप्लीट होगी और कम होगी. Because why? Because of the tsunami. The seismic activity was so high. So ये सब क्या है? What I'm talking about is all data, right? The land got occupied. और एक चीज है, हाँ. So there is something called as geospatial science or you study the geography. कि यहाँ पे okay, forest fire हुआ है, right? So if there is a forest fire at a geography, how will one know? Satellite से कैसे कर सकते हैं? कैसे पता होगा? Anyone? There is something called as data visualization का एक मैप बता रहा हूँ, heat map. Okay? मैं एक लैंड का मैं एक ले रहा हूँ इमेज एंड आई एम सीइंग द हीट मैप इज इंक्रीजिंग. फॉरेस्ट फायर कैसे पता चलता है? दूर से पता चल जाता है कि वो 20-30 किलोमीटर दूर में है, या जो दिल्ली में बैठा होगा पता चल जाएगा उसका, जो इन्फॉर्मेशन सिस्टम के हेड है. कैसे पता चलेगा? सैटेलाइट विल टेल देम. हाउ विल सैटेलाइट नो? द हीट मैप व्हिच इज बीइंग प्रोसेस्ड, द इमेज बेसिक थिंग है इमेज प्रोसेसिंग. इमेज प्रोसेसिंग ऑफ द अर्थ सरफेस. यहाँ पे हीट मैप ज़्यादा हो रहा है, probability is are more that there will be a forest fire in that year. So Azure Orbital जो एक चीज है, one of the services which Azure has, it's a beauty I should say. But हाँ, ये और evolve होगी because you don't have to, create your own ground stations. Ground stations Azure after it. Ground stations will help you to process the data, store the data, and you need to, if you want to wrangle it और आपको अगर समझना है तो Azure Orbital will work with other Azure services to provide that insightful thing. So आप क्या करोगे? First, second, third, you need to register the spacecraft, right? And you need to create a contact profile because there will be a contact between point A and point B. Point A is your spacecraft, point B is your contact profile, the receiver, the ground station, right? And then you can schedule a contact between the spacecraft and the ground station. What interesting thing here next thing is, guys, I'm inviting your attention here. What is it? मैंने purposely कोई एक भी word नहीं लिखा because I want you guys to answer. What is it? मार्च में घर है क्या? घर बन रहा है क्या मार्च में? बनना स्टार्ट हो गया है क्या? लग रहा है सब वीवीआईपी लोग जाके रह रहे हैं उधर. What is it? Who said that? Where was this movie? Pokhran. Where has not watched this movie Pokhran? On Pokhran. The story is on Pokhran, right? What was the name of the operation? There were two operations, Pokhran 1 and Pokhran 2. What I'm saying you is the data. Pokhran 1 was done in 1974. Pokhran 2 was done during the tenure of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, right? In 1998. Where is Pokhran? I didn't have any better, use case that I could explain. So, what actually happened? How this became something as a sensational news? What happened after that? Anyone knows? Right? How many of you don't know about this thing? Come on, guys. You can raise your hand, and it is okay to raise your hand and say, no, I don't know. That's why I'm here, right? That's why I'm here to provide the insight to you so that you know कि कल के दिन अगर इंटरव्यू आया ना हार दूंगा. मुझे डेटा समझना आता है. चाहे कोई कुछ भी हो, स्पेशल डेटा हो, कोचिंग का नीचे डेटा हो, फाइनेंशियल डेटा हो, कुछ भी हो, मुझे डेटा प्रोफेशनल बनना है, राइट? डेटा अंडरस्टैंडिंग होना चाहिए. तो ये भी डेटा पिक्टोरियल था, राइट? आपने किसी ने समझा, किसी ने नहीं समझा, बट बाकी भी सीख सकते हैं. That's what I'm trying to say. Right? So Pokhran was, a nuclear activity which was running, and US didn't want India to become nuclear superpower. US didn't want. That time it was during the period of Bill Clinton. Okay, the name of the operation was Shakti. Okay, earlier which was conducted in 1974 was Smiling Buddha, which was a failure. Right? Again, 1908 it was conducted, and India became the nuclear state. अब ये सब मैं क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? अभी यूएस ने क्या किया था? तो सैटेलाइट का नाम था बर्ड आई. क्या किया था? जानबूझ के यूएस गाइस आर वेरी टेक्निकली वेरी अहेड ऑफ अस बिकॉज़ दे हैव द इंफ्रा. सबसे ज्यादा डेटा सेंटर्स कहाँ है? यूएस में, इंडिया में नहीं है. लेट्स एक्सेप्ट दिस. ओके, so they are ahead of us. They are superpower nation. So what they did, they purposely kept that satellite imaging on the India so that they can't conduct any nuclear activity. अगर कुछ होगा, UN से call जाएगा. You cannot do this. You cannot do this. Right? Nuclear activity is legal. यूएस ने अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा लगा दिया, बट इंडिया वांटेड टू बी अ न्यूक्लियर पावर. What is wrong in that? Not for the war, but as a status symbol. If tomorrow China, and who did this? Who interrogated in this? Who were the hindrance? Our two neighboring states, Pakistan and China. They didn't want that. So they purposely told US, you have the infra box, आपके पास सैटेलाइट है, आपके पास नासा है, एक काम करिए इंडिया के ऊपर देखो तो जरा क्या कर रहे हैं, इनको कंट्री मत दो, न्यूक्लियर सुपर पावर बनने नहीं देना उनको. मतलब ये वेस्टर्न बोले करवाएगा, कैसे करवाएगा? बुद्ध पूर्णिमा के दिन हुआ था. Okay, there is a time when and the satellite is taking the elliptical, it is rolling in the axis. There was a period of time when it cannot image the Earth. It couldn't capture what is happening in India because it at different angles. During that time, this is a bunker, and this is where the activity was done. So when a satellite is not focusing on India, it crawled on the sand by applying sand on themselves. They have the nuclear, some form of that, and they did that for success. And India was declared as a nuclear power in May 11th to May 13th. The operation ran, and it was declared nuclear superpower. So मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ, US had this infrastructure to do the surveillance. What was this? This was the surveillance, right? So ये importance है. And what is the surveying? The land, right? Which is in the form of picture. What is the picture? Picture is unstructured data. What is unstructured data? Unstructured data is the data. So we are all surrounded by data. How data can be helped? How data can help you, and act as a barrier as well. So that was the importance I wanted to give you today. ये हुआ था पोखरण में. So coming back to the Azure rules, these are specifically more on the data side, but others are also there. So क्या क्या rules दिख रहे हैं बहुत? Come on. What is the first role? Data engineer. आप data scientist पहले नहीं बन सकते हो, but you need to have that level of understanding. People become associate data scientist. I'm not discouraging this, but you need to have that solid, foundation ready. Linear algebra, too good. They're good with strategies. You have the business understanding. मैं सारा जो चीज बता रहा मैं सब business understanding के बारे में बता रहा, right? Data understanding, business understanding. Second is data analyst, who analyzes the data on the power of BI tools. Then there is a data scientist, the Azure architect, architect बनना था, right? आप बन सकते हो, बिल्कुल बन सकते हो अगर आप ये रोल परस्यू करना चाहते हो. There is a certification exam as well. Azure developer भी है, Azure administrator है. How I started my career was Azure administrator. I was not a developer. आज भी मैं coding नहीं करता. But Microsoft, I learned the technology, and it's not that आप डेटा नहीं बने तो कुछ और प्रोफेशनल नहीं बनते. No, that is not the case. You can pursue other tracks also. These are all tracks, nothing but other tracks. So Azure security engineer, network engineer, and DevOps. Who are the people who know about DevOps? Does anyone know about DevOps? What is a DevOps? Let's break that word. What are the two words? Developer and operations. So they bridge the gap between developer and operations. So development knew the development, operations knew the infrastructure. और ऐसा नहीं है कि डेवलपर ऑपरेशंस वाले ने क्या किया, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना दिया, फिर डेवलपर तब तक बैठे रहेंगे और टेस्टर भी बैठे रहेंगे जो एचडीएलसी साइकिल में काम करते हैं. कितने पढ़ा है सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग एचडीएलसी? तो वहाँ पे बैठे रहेंगे जब तक वो तैयार नहीं करें, हम लोग बैठे रहेंगे. So it doesn't work that way. So there is continuous integration, continuous deployment, and continuous monitoring is also done. So DevOps, one can pursue this career, and DevOps is applied in each and every track, whether it's data engineering or data scientist. You'll be running the pipeline at the end as a DevOps engineer, and you need to have a basic understanding what the services are, what they are doing, right? So मजे वाली चीज में आते हैं जो आप कर सकते हैं to your path and certification journey में. So these, if anyone wants to take a snap, you can take it. Not any snap. So these are the codes for each certification exam. I kept specifically which should be relevant to you guys. There are other certification exams as well. So सबको मैं ये recommend करूँगा. The last line, what is that? Read it loud, guys. Azure fundamental. Go and do this. आपको अगर Azure पता नहीं है, not a crime. इसलिए Azure 900 है, तो पता होना चाहिए. So that is something you can know at least about the introductory part, and then you can go to AZ 104. देखिए इसका series जो है, they are very good with it. So 104 होगा, फिर 204 होगा, then 305 होगा, then 400 होगा. So that's how the levels are taken. आप directly छोटा चीज नीचे नहीं रखोगे और बड़ा चीज ऊपर नहीं रखोगे. So it will be pillared, it won't be pillared. So knowledge भी pillared होता है. That's what I did. So foundation strong होना चाहिए. Start with 900 and then you can go to 104. Or if you want to pursue as a developer, you can go to 204. Okay. If you want to become a DevOps engineer, you can go for 400. Or you are only security fix, मुझे hack करना है. बहुत लोग को अभी ये प्रोग्राम है, मेटा वगैरह कर रही है कि आप बग निकालो, हम पैसा दें. क्योंकि जो इंजीनियर वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, they are not able to find it. The program, the students they are finding the smart guys, the pioneers, the intellect guys, they are finding some bugs and they are getting 25 lakh cash as a bounty. बहुत बड़ी बात है. WhatsApp में भी एक भी इंग्लिश हुआ था, right? So, yeah. So these are the skills I was talking about. If you want to become a data professional, you should know data. You should have a data understanding. You should know how to process the data. You should know how to do the modeling of the data. You should know how to wrangle it. You should know how to analyze it in correct way. Right? Then you have to know how to visualize it. Last wala cheez, the data storytelling. What I have been doing for the past 1 hour 45 minutes was I was doing storytelling. I was explaining you guys how data can be used in different forms of life, in different human day-to-day life, right? And in different dimensions, I touched based all the industries as well. So this is what I was good at, and I did the justice, I believe. I believe that whatever I have tried to convey you guys has reached you. Okay. So करेंगे लेकिन कहाँ से करेंगे, ये तो बता नहीं रहे आप. करेंगे यहाँ से. MS Learn बोल की चीज है. Okay. MS Learn है. Then there is MS Doc. MS Doc is the Bible. यहाँ पे सारा टेक्निकल डॉक्यूमेंटेशन रहती है. Then there's MOOC, right? All the online courses. आप कोर्स या प्रोडक्ट साइट से देख सकते हैं. If you are data oriented, you should have an account in Cadway. वहाँ पे बहुत सारे डेटा सेट दे रहते हैं. In play around it. Build two skills. This is the takeaway from this lecture. Python सीखो. प्रोग्राम नहीं सीखना मैंने तो नहीं बोला. फिर फोन सीखने से नहीं. Python सीखो. दोनों चीजें. ठीक है. और बाकी डेटा स्किल्स तो सीखने हैं अगर आपको इवॉल्व डेटा साइंटिस्ट बनना है तो. और देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन गुड डेटा साइंटिस्ट एंड डेटा साइंटिस्ट. जो कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज़ों को सॉल्व करे, बिजनेस अंडरस्टैंडिंग से लेके एंड विजुलाइजेशन तक अच्छा हो, वो तभी हो सकता है व्हेन यू हैव द बेस रेडी. तो देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड है माइक्रोसॉफ्ट एजूर वर्चुअल ट्रेनिंग डे. ये फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कराया जाता है. आई विल शो यू एज वेल. यू कैन गो अहेड एंड रजिस्टर. तो आप जब वो ट्रेनिंग अटेंड करते हो एंड इफ यू रजिस्टर एज अ स्टूडेंट, दे विल गिव यू द वाउचर फॉर AZ 900. तो जो चीज फ्री में मिल रही क्यों नहीं करना है. यार इंडियंस फ्री वाली चीज पहले करते हैं, राइट? तो AZ 900 आप लोग कर सकते हो बाई गोइंग टू द एजूर वर्चुअल ट्रेनिंग डे. रजिस्टर योरसेल्फ एज अ स्टूडेंट एंड यू कैन get the voucher and you can give the exam. Kaggle में अकाउंट बनाना है, that I've told you. Last but not the least, operations team, can we have the light? Oh, light is already off, right? let's end this whole session with something nice and on time. That is the beauty of teaching and teaching us. Let's understand this. This is the last video I'll be playing, and let's understand. Yeah. Ready?
Traditional agriculture has always the challenges are traditional agriculture has always used data, but today's data challenges are increasingly more complex. Data must be harnessed in new ways and provide better insights. Over the next generation, our global population will continue to grow. By 2050, there will be 9 billion people on the Earth. And it's expected we will need to produce 70% more food using less land and fewer scarce resources. To meet this challenge, the agricultural industry must evolve. Microsoft and EY are empowering a digital transformation in agriculture by connecting data to the cloud, driving innovation and value. What if you could predict the best crops to grow using the power of data? Recognize crop disease or pests faster. Connect with vendors seamlessly. Doing all this, knowing you control your own data. With data captured from each field and connected to predictive analysis, farmers have an unprecedented view of their crops. Edge computing will lower the cost of field oversight and accelerate the response to crop threats. Artificial intelligence will expose inefficiencies and unlock new insights to enhance production. Mixed reality will make a remote mechanic an expert and give agronomists the complete view of a farm. Robotics will add a new dimension to how and where crops can be produced. Microsoft and EY have the experience, trust, and scale to enable innovation throughout the global food value chain. Working together, we can rise to the challenge of feeding the world. This is data-driven agriculture. This is agriculture on Azure. Because when the world of farming harvests data, the world works better.
Do you feel that transitioning into a data science career is hard? Are you confused about which tools and skills you need to learn to land as data scientist or data analyst?
I'm already done. Lights on. So why I'm getting this? There's a data behind this as well. It is snooping into my account and trying to know what kind of videos I see. It is around data science. So that's a video. Data science is okay. So thank you guys. I'm done. And I'm really thankful to the whole team here. JECRC, the backbone, who has been driving this. This has been amazing. And to the beautiful audience for responding, thank you so much. Because you gave me the confidence. I'll tell you something. I've never spoken on stage in my entire life. Okay? This is the first time I'm speaking, and the credit equally goes to you. I'll take something. Because you guys have cooperated, and and if I have made success, I can't comment I have made success. If it is a success, then it is. Okay. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sammak Maheshwari to come on the stage and present the service of beautiful women. Sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sammak. Now I would like to invite Mr. Kushagra and Mr. Aditya.
Thank you so much, Abhijit sir. It was fantastic listening to you. And I hope the audience enjoyed listening. Do you guys? Fantastic. So we'll be beginning the panel discussion now. And it will be a very fine and exhilarating panel discussion right now because we have all our guests offline with us. We have Mr. Piyush Saxena with us. He's a Senior Vice President at HCL Technology. Let us give a round of applause for him. We have Mr. Ritesh Nehete with us. I hope you enjoyed his session yesterday. Yes or no?
Definitely. So a round of applause for Mr. Ritesh.
For the panel
Discussion
discussion,
we have Mr. Aditya, जिन्होंने अभी आपका सेशन लिया है. So a round of applause for him also.
and at last, we have Mr. Anchit with us. Anchit Nishan, cloud architect. Was there amazing feedback for round of applause for Mr.
lot of concerns in terms of whether there is business case of movement to cloud. There are security challenges if you move your data to cloud. People realize that at time of pandemic they had no option but to move a lot of things online and go digital, and it became almost like a survival for businesses. If they are not digital, they would not survive the pandemic era. Right? And it was a big learning. Everyone started investing in digitalization, and therefore, acceleration of migration to cloud. Customers also realized that they were not properly prepared for this entire shift, and the pace at which this shift was happening was unprecedented. And therefore, we saw a lot of startups. If you see why really the startups came up so far, because they had no legacy, right? They had no legacy data centers, which we earlier talked about. They had no legacy applications which couldn't run on cloud, and therefore the startups were very swift and nimble to get onto the digital bandwagon, and they started, impacting the end users and delivering use cases to the end user. Whereas large organizations, Global 2000, Fortune 500, who have been running on legacy infrastructure and platforms for so many years, really struggled to get online. Uh, Most of us are working in the corporate world. We understand the criticality of work from home. But I remember at the time of pandemic, even for students, online classes, those things became, so difficult. And therefore, everyone understood the criticality of technology, criticality of cloud, and criticality of digitalization. I think the pace of change of adoption of both digitalization and cloud on the consumer side were the two things which stood out for me during the pandemic. Okay. You already provided most of the points. But I will say one point that before the pandemic, most of the core businesses were thinking that IT is the just cost to any organization, customer. But they realized that after pandemic, if such a situation happens again, so how they will sustain. So best example is the airlines. So airlines completely struggled for getting revenue because it was completely stopped. So after the pandemic, digitalization, digital transformation took place, and we know in market how the crunch is going for resources now. So almost 2 years of gap, then requirement of customer to continue their business. So this kind of changes happen, and even cultural perspective, I will say that most of the organizations were reluctant to allow work from home. So they were thinking that it is not possible. But when pandemic forced them to work from home, so most of the 70-80% businesses realized that yes, it is possible. Things so can be done. So some cultural changes also happen after pandemic. So I think can add more than. दिन भर फोन में घुसे रहेगा तो पढ़ाई कब करेगा? You remember this? When was it? I mean, when was it more often? Before pandemic, right? Yes or no? उसके बाद क्या हुआ? फोन से ही पढ़ाई होने लगी, right? So my point was, first of all, आप सबका attention phone. So why? Okay, cloud was a boon to everyone during pandemic. Whatever we could do, we could achieve, make people's life easier during lockdown was mostly because of cloud. If you see any application which is started using the cloud, कोई online classes पहले जाता था, very cheap, very rare, right? But after pandemic, every college, every school, every institute had to have online classes, right? So people started using. Just imagine few thousand versus at a scale of how our population is. We have the most student population, right? Think of the scale how all of these application users grew. Do you think it would be possible if physical servers would have been set up for that?
by every company? No, right? It was possible because of cloud. So the cloud was the main base on which everything came into the picture and made our life easier. Groceries nahi aa raha hai. We had online portals. Everyone started using it. So groceries came to our home. Even lot of hospital registrations, lot of things on government basis went online because of cloud, right? So that is the importance what cloud brought to everyone. As I said, digitization came into every household after COVID hit us. And then they realized, yes, this is necessary. Digitization is necessary. In future, we have to be online. Agree? One more. So I'll give some real story. What I have seen to my naked eye. Okay. So we all know India was mostly impacted country, right? Yes or not? People lost their life, people lost their job, yet they didn't give up. I'm talking about a woman who lost her husband and she is the mother of him and she doesn't have a job to do. How painful it is. Look to the eyes of that mother who has to run his family, where family is only lost their three parents. माँ तो है कुछ नहीं खाएगी, but कुछ नहीं करेगा ना पहले. He uploaded her resume in one of the job portals to learn some cloud. And he started learning remotely on mobile data. Cloud. And she got a job when she had put in her resume that she knows that maybe she is not an architect, but the pain behind her or the struggle which he had to make sure that he running doesn't get that for which event he has for it was very painful. Yeah. So this is how cloud has helped someone get a job, and the job itself is a cloud system. You see, all this got a getting connected. मैं क्लाउड का यूज कर रहा हूँ एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिले ताकि वहाँ रेज्यूमे को और मैं पढ़ाई कर This I'm talking about at ground level how a mother has success, who is widowed and a mother of. Remote काम करना सबके लिए challenging था. I believe all of us. We never knew that something like this will happen. And always at a trend. कि ये 1920 में होगा, 1820 में होगा, 1920 में स्पेनिश फ्लू आएगी. तो कोई सोचा था क्या 2020 में कोविड-19 ये कैन इम्पैक्ट अटैक. So brick motor बंद हो गई. This is another story. Brick motor बंद हो गई. I told right, it was destroyed. Starting के days में तो फिर essential services दी जाती थी. Not even normal if you have to order from stores and all, even those were not being delivered. Because I know how I went through the 3 months. I was stuck for 3 months in a place with only 2 clothes. Because of the lockdown, I couldn't go out. This is the impact I had. But I had worked remotely because I had the internet. Right? All I needed was a laptop and internet and my brain, and we all pulled off as it. Same goes to the students. They also have done who are in third year now. They must have suffered in the first year and second year. Who are in second year now must have suffered in the first year. So we all have gone through this. But we do realize that tomorrow, without cloud, there is no future.
So thank you so much, Pranav, for this insightful briefing about the pandemic situation and how actually cloud technology helps people, bring in that positive side of the technology, right? Before that, our parents considered technology as a pain for us. That's it. So thank you so much. So my next question to you all is that what are the actual practical constraints that a company should keep in mind when adopting that cloud computing architecture? So, Ritesh, if you'd like to go first. So if you can.
Hello. Yeah. So as I earlier talked about, a lot of global organizations, right, just keep aside the startup because they are cloud native, born in cloud, and therefore, they usually take care of those architectural prerequisites and requirements when they are building the new application. But think about the FedEx, almost a century-old organization, and they have been running their ERP, enterprise resource planning system, or even their core supply chain application for many years. And a lot of these applications were built on the architecture which was aligned to open systems or the mainframe or for that matter built on applications like COBOL, right? And when these organizations start seeing their competition, which is a company which was born say 3 or 4 years back, and those organizations being extremely nimble, agile, and fast to respond to a situation like pandemic, then these organizations like FedEx start realizing that they are stuck with the legacy application or legacy infrastructure, which is not helping them move forward, right? And when I say move forward means, let's take the example of data which we talked about. Look, till the advent of cloud and cloud becoming mainstream, something like big data or data analytics was dependent on huge investments, right? So if you have to do create your own data lake, you have to invest in a server farm, right? Which means you have to buy a lot of servers, then you have to run an analytic software on top of that to make any sense of data that you have collected. And you have to collect a lot of data. So storing that data itself is a huge cost. And only big, large global organizations which had deep pockets would have done that, right? But with the advent of cloud now, you can, because it's a pay-as-you-go model, you can pay for what you use, and even a startup with not too much money can use cloud technologies for big data for specific use cases, right? But coming back to the point, in terms of architecture, organizations like FedEx or Johnson and Johnson or Merck, which have been there for so many years, have invested in applications which were built to run on-prem and on systems which were legacy, right? And I'm not sure if you are aware, there is this data modernization and application modernization. So what a lot of these organizations are trying to do is they're trying to rebuild the application so that these applications can run on cloud and take the benefit of the underlying cloud technologies. So this process of moving applications from the legacy architecture to the new age cloud native architecture is called application modernization. But it's a very difficult process, right? And it's a very costly process. It takes months, at times years, for one single application to be modernized to run on cloud. And it takes millions of dollars to do that for large global organizations, right? So those are the architectural challenges in terms of applications running on codes which are not supported on cloud, applications running on hardware from where you can't port the application to cloud is a major challenge for many organizations. And therefore, you will see more and more organizations are now focusing on cloud native architecture. They are building applications which are aligned to AWS, Azure, GCP. And today we see more and more multi-cloud discussions happening, not only in the data centers in the cloud, but also on the edge. So that's how we see the architecture evolving in terms of becoming more cloud native.
Abhijit said it is not on.
So the topic is architectural decisions which I need to take, right? So what I can think of from is that there was no GDPR. So
GDPR is an European data protection policy. So they want their landing zone or their infrastructure, whether it is in Asia or anywhere. It is a strict away rule or compliance policy by the European Union that you cannot host the data outside the European region or the data centers. Okay, so this happened, became more strong after the Brexit thing, when the UK was totally segregated from the European Union. So data has to reside in the data centers which are there in the European region only. So this can be one of the vital, artificial reasons why you are building the infrastructure for the client, and the applications would be hosted there. So and the data that the application is reading from it has to sit in this data center. So yeah, this is one of the things where even US has its own. It's known as HIPAA compliance, HIPAA, right? So this is why you are, when client comes to you, when they are seeking some solution for you, you have to look from all the dimensions when you are creating an architecture. Like I personally prepare the visual diagrams for the architecture diagrams, right? So I have to make sure that, okay, from the architecture point of view, it shouldn't be non-compliant. It should serve the purpose of scalability and availability, because I can't afford my application to go down if that data center doesn't know for it. Or a new service which might have not come into that data center. So I might have shifted to another data center which offers the same thing. I can adjust to some latency, but I need that. So these are all architectural reasons which happens in the pre-onboarding phase with the client, what is the expectation, the workstream call happens, the standard infrastructure, and similar which circular that keyword is modernization. They want their whole infra application data to move to cloud, but keeping compliance and all the requirements in mind. Then once that is served, clients also happy and the service also perfect.
Thank you, Abhijit sir. I just had a question. Can you repeat the question once? So the question was that what are the practical constraints that a company should keep in mind when adopting a cloud computing architecture?
I'll go a little bit before that. As sir very much said, modernization is required. In simple terms, चल रहा है चलने दो, नहीं चलेगा. If it is working, you do not upgrade, you do not put security patches, you do not put latest software security in open source if you're not upgrading yourself, right? So you have to, and basically cloud providers or cloud or this much boom in digitalization has forced everyone to be updated, so that there are a lot of things you need to keep updated. The security parameter changes, the security risks which were there 10 years ago, today they are completely different, right? Today, how many of you know SQL injection? SQL injection nahi chalta hai. So customers who had built, so this issue has been solved long time ago, but your application also needs to solve these issues. So these are the things which anyone, any company, any organization needs to keep in mind and constantly evolve, and that comes down to the cloud adoption as well. There are many databases which do not run perfectly on cloud. There are no managed services for those databases on cloud. So you have to keep evolving with the industry. That's my point.
Thank you so much, Anchit sir. Aditya would like to comment.
So my question is from the audience, that how many of you are using Windows and how many of you are using Mac? So I think you got the question, that what was the main reason that Windows was able to capture most of the majority of the market? What was the main reason behind this?
So first thing is already made VS Station user friendly. So you just imagine before Android revolution, whether we were thinking that we can use the new operating system or mobile. So our parents or even 60 plus people are easily they can operate mobiles. So user friendliness is very important. So that kind of things are in Windows, and it's a very simple language as mentioned by uh, in last revision, last session, that they have used very simple terms. If it is a window, so they will call as a window. It's a resource. It's a resource. So there is no complications in language. User friendly, easiness to understand, and these are the main factors I can think. But technically, he's a Microsoft expert, so he can tell better things on Microsoft.
Okay. Let's go straight back when Windows started. How many of you guys have used Windows 95? Before that, talks where we did right? They had the software, IBM had the hardware, I mean the thing. They had mainframes, and they were the first to build a supercomputer. It was IBM. IBM has really, on the innovation part, they have contributed a lot. But one fine day, the company was founded in 1975 and it came with DOS. Only one single product, right? And it boomed. So, I tell you something. Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows NT, right? Windows XP. XP कितना बार यूज किया? मेरा फेवरेट XP है. Vista came up, then Windows 7, then Windows 8, 8.1, then 10. Now, when is it going to come? There won't be any Windows 12 because they will not, what the model has they have chosen that they will upgrade in the Windows 11 itself. Or if the OS has to be brought into the market, they will come with a new, marketing or naming convention altogether. It's not like it will contain 11 or 13 and yes. Yeah. Okay, so you can certainly reach out to me in LinkedIn. I'll try to connect with the product team. Right, I can tell that these are the difficulties end users are facing. Right, and that's how a product or a technology evolves. It is by the people. People construct it, people use it, and it is around the people. So any So whatever you found out, you can reach out to me in LinkedIn. You can post me that. Okay, I will do that. Whether I can take this forward to the product team or not.
So if it's a future or something.
I would say, Microsoft was always good at marketing, and they continue to be so. Right? Even today in our enterprise customer, we see, Microsoft account teams will always be there selling their product. Ease of use, of course, was one key criteria, and they invested a lot in terms of technology adoption. I think at that point in time, Mac was more of a developer, or it was limited in terms of adoption because of lack of awareness or trainings which Microsoft invested in. Right? There is so much of training, certifications focus now. If we remember, there were only two companies which had so much focus on training. One, of course, Microsoft, and I think the other one was Cisco way back. and that I think immensely helped adoption of Windows as an operating system, because then when enterprises start adopting, they need people who understand the technology, and they need people who can then support these technologies. So then it becomes a mass adoption driver like Apple, where it was very difficult. Even today, it is difficult to find people who can support Apple. So that was, I think, a major differentiator from Microsoft in terms of scaling out adoption of Windows. And that also has a key learning for us. I think earlier question was, what is the impact of cloud adoption on all of us? It opens up a big opportunity, right? Because since everything is going to move to cloud, there is so much more employment which is going to get generated. We earlier talked about skill gap. We also talked about the emergence of India as a skill destination. And this is one thing where when I talk to our customers globally, they see such a significant difference in terms of availability of these skills in India, the kind of investments we are making, the kind of training, certifications that our people over here in India are doing. It opens up a completely new industry for us, right? Thank you.
Just a little more, and
Okay, very much my time. Okay. Okay. The question is Windows versus Mac. Sorry, Windows OS versus Mac OS. Am I right? Right? Everyone aware of the question? So we are not talking about server OS. Correct? Okay. How many of you use Windows? How many of you use Mac? Okay. Mobile phones. How many of you use Android? How many of you use iOS? Did you get this answer there? Portability. How many company provides an option to install Windows versus how many companies provide an option to install Mac OS? How many companies will give you a system with Mac OS? Just one, right? What about Windows? Name few. Yeah, so mostly every hardware company will give you an option to have Windows, right? We are talking about end user OS. I'm not talking about server OS. Same thing happened with mobile phones. How many mobile phones can have Android? That does have Android, right? And iOS is only present for Apple. So you got the difference, right? Portability is very important.
Thank you so much, sir. So, sir, taking the majority part of the crowd, we are all budding developers right here in this room. So, just a basic question from you all, and we want to know your point of view. Which is the best skill to learn according to you at present? So, Ritesh, sir, repeat that.
I think according to there is no bad and no best skill to add. So whatever you select, mostly what is ongoing. So just don't learn it at just upper level or high level. So as Abhishek said, or someone was talking now, so hands-on is required. So do deep dive on that product. So always there is a scope. And I will request that you can follow the Gartner page as well on LinkedIn. So generally there are some charts or some papers published from Gartner. So the Gartner says that which technology are booming in next 5 years, which are vanishing, which new jobs are creating, new job will be gone, new jobs opportunity will be created. So just keep watch on that things. And generally when changes happen in industry, so I can share my example. So when I started my career, so I started from Windows 95, then Windows 98, Windows 84.0 server, including servers, then Windows XP, then Windows 2000. Then I work on Solaris Linux because I was data center owner. So I work on this. So when changes were happening, I upgraded myself time to time. So first understanding basics and continuously upgrade yourself and keep watch and next 2 years or next 5 years. So you should pace up your skills according to that. So my own slogan is be a better version of yourself. So Evan, as a corporate, we are working in corporate, so I try to spend at least 30 minutes each day to learn new things. So, okay, in 1 week, something 1 or 2 day I will miss, but still it is a good investment in learning new things. So, keep upgrading skills. And now coming to what are the best. So, currently, what are the sessions happen. So, cloud is in boom, site reliability, DevOps engineering, then in programming already Java, C++ is the basics of most of the programming languages. So these are the things. So learn basic things and then upgrade yourself. And one of the thing Python is also for data science and some R basics. That concepts are there. Now I recently came to know one of the important thing in last. I joined one forum, IEEE Pune chapter. So I was invited for the to take session on the industry requirement, gaps in academics, and what the training centers like CDAX and all reputed institute should help to fill that gap. So I came to know UX and UI, user experience and user design. So end user experience is also very important. So you should keep in mind that what end user at the end they are going to utilize the services. So related to that, what things technologies are used, so you should learn that things. So and these are some points. Maybe I can request to.
You guys will have a bit of.
So the question was basically that as we in the auditorium right now, we all are as budding developers, as students, right? We are into the learning stage. So which is the best skill according to you in the market at the present times?
So, see, the survey or the statistics, you can get better than me on the tool. Definitely you can get that. But what you need to build up is not technology, it is that. Nobody talks about that. कि आज मैं पाइथन सीख रहा हूँ, कल कोई नई लैंग्वेज आ जाएगी तो वो सीखना पड़ेगा सीखेंगे. So nothing as research told that no technology is good or bad, but ये समझना जरूरी है. Right? HTML library for the HTML development of it. So it's not that HTML बंद हो गया. Right? पहले C# में कोई पेज डेवलप कर रहा है और Java might be. So it's not any HTML extend हो गया and it is not being used. So nothing is good or bad, but हाँ, there will always be someone as a leader, and someone will be trailing that. Right? So you can go with the market or अपना दिल का सुनो और बोलो भाई मुझे. Right? मैं HTML करूँगा लेकिन उस पाइथन वाले से अच्छा करूँगा या फिर उस क्या बोलते हैं C# वाले से अच्छा करूँगा. उससे अच्छा मैं प्रोडक्ट बना के दिखाऊंगा. Right? With HTML knowledge. Maybe that might be features which might lack in HTML, but that is there in C#. But still you can have an alternative. Right? That's correct.
This is a very risky question.
Okay.
So, first of all, there is no wrong or right technology because today what technology is there, tomorrow it might not be there. Something new will come. College teaches you, doesn't specifically teach you subjects or college or school. They teach you how to learn. They teach you how fast you can learn. How many exams do you give in an engineering college in 1 year? Not the main exams, even the every week some unit test or something or the other that you keep on getting, right? Right? You know what that is teaching you? How fast you can learn. That is what is required from childhood till you complete your academics. They only teach you to learn faster, to learn quicker. So that is only what is required. No any single technology, no one can say that this is the best thing and you should start it and with this your future will begin. Because whenever some companies coming to hire you, it is, so if you are a Python expert, do you think they'll hire you and they'll specifically put you for project in Python? No, have you heard stories of your seniors like Java पढ़ा था यहाँ पे तो कुछ और ही कर रहा हूँ. Yes, no. Yes. I knew MySQL, but here I'm using PostgreSQL. Do you think they stop working because they use MySQL? They don't know PostgreSQL. So that's the only thing. Like you have to keep changing, and you should be ready to learn new things. There is no particular technology which you can just say that I am and I'm done.
Keep upgrading yourself according to the trends.
So the keyword here is continuous learning. Okay. Tell the exam. You know guys, I'm still giving exams. So it is not going to end from our lens if you see as an IT professional. If somebody somebody comes up with new language and that is in use in the industry, you have to scale up there. So don't make a favoritism. Never do that. Okay.
Sir, sequel to this question to the panel. I mean, if you can share a personal views that how you decided your skill, or I want to go to this particular domain and I want to do this. Any personal story, if you want to share of that, it would be great. An audience would love that. You know, we can relate it more.
So as I told, I am electrical engineer. So initially 2 years I work in electrical field as a project engineer. Then when I decided to move to IT, so I don't have any interest in programming. Even there was some subject in engineering. So I thought, what could be there without programming? What is the roadmap ahead that I can make my career? So I like means your decision making is important first. Because what happens regarding career, many people suggest you do one thing, this is also scope, this is also so. IT is very vast and you cannot spend your time on each technology. So it's a wasting of your time. So first focus, decide what you need to do. So I decided that okay, I will go with non-programming. Then when I started my career as an IBM support hardware engineer, so that time latest hardware came for IBM laptops. I started with basics. Then later, immediately after 10 months, I was moved to in data center server administration, and I became the data center owner later. So then, in this job, after spending some 5 years, I came to know there is a huge demand in messaging services. So that time, IBM Lotus Domino server was in huge demand, and there was a lack of resources in market as well. So I learned IBM Lotus Notes and Domino server from scratch. I done lot of R&D. In my Thane house, in one room I made lab, cluster, end user servers, and I done lot of R&D, and I was conducting my own batches also. So that time my company was facing a resource crunch. So my manager came to know he knows how to teach. So what was happening when some candidate was coming to interview, he was saying go to Ritesh, learn Lotus Notes Domino Administration for 1.5 months and come back for interview. So that way I prepared almost 200 plus professionals that day. Then almost after spending 5 to 7 years, I was a L3 expert in messaging solutions. Then I came to now what next? I'm getting bored. कुछ तो अलग करना है. So that time I was having one mentor. So I mentioned in my last session, ITL we took them around in after 1990s and around 2000 it started to pick up some boom. So I asked my mentor, now what I should do? I'm not interested in programming. He said, learn ITL. Like, yeah. What ITL? I said, learn ITL. In single line he said. Then I purchased book, foundation book. And luckily, I was released from one of the project and I got sufficient time. So almost that 300 pages book I learned 5 times. So all my basics were clear and I moved to process area. So after moving to process area, there was my first project and even senior management was not aware that I am doing first time. But being technical person, that project was very aggressive. And I completed that transition before 15 days. And when senior management came to know that this person is new, he is working first time in this project, so I was appreciated and immediately they made me process lead. and immediately I become process solution architect also. So my ITL journey started. And even I was not ITL foundation also. As I said, British technology, British words are there in ITL. So I was scared to give exam of ITL till 9 years completed in IT field. So then later डेयरिंग किया थोड़ा कि चलो अभी करते हैं, कुछ भी हो जाए, फेल भी हो गया तो चलेगा. तो मैंने कैसे तो क्लियर किया, 70% आ गया ITL फाउंडेशन में. आफ्टर दैट आई पिक अप माय पेस and within 1 year I clear intermediate ITL expert. I was not getting time. So what I was doing, I was traveling by bus from my home to Calgary. That time I was working in Calgary. So I was taking window seat. And one bus started, my book will be open for intermediate. So every day from Thane to Vikroli, Vikroli to Thane, I was getting 2 hours. So this way within 11 months I became ITL expert. And after that, there was no look back. Then, after working traditional service management approach, then ITL V3 2011 cloud came. So now what next? Now with cloud, I work in one of the cloud security product company, and then later I moved to agrochemical. I was IT governance head, and then now in TCS, so purely cloud infrastructure related. I upgraded my skills with ITIL related to cloud, as well as when cloud comes, as Abhishek and these people were mentioning that compliance is also become a major issue during pandemic. So I work on the compliance skills also, like SOC 2, this important audit is there in cloud. So that way my journey happens. So till now, still it's going on as a student. And I remember my mentor is there. He's a president of one of the reputed organization. So he was interviewed in one of the best forum. So the question was asked to him. His age is 55, and the question was asked to him that rapidly technology is changing, and you are older. So how you will cope up with these things? So he said, as far as I am student, I am not worried about my future. I will make it. So that's why whatever the technology or area you are catching, so just try to learn, upgrade yourself after every 2.5 years, 2 years, challenge yourself. So I think you will become expert, SME expert, or you can reach to top level in that field. I think I took too much time.
Yeah, no, thank you. Very interesting. I also remember one example when we started providing services to our global customers in 2002. I remember our model was about cost arbitrage. What we essentially used to do that companies in North America or Europe would employ very experienced people for supporting their technology landscape. Now, these people were doing the same job for 30, 35 years or 20 years, 25 years. They used to be highly paid, right? And what we, most of the Indian organizations started doing was that we would bring in freshers and we would replace those skills of 35 years of experience with a person who would be, trained for a year or two, and that would come at a fraction of cost. Right, so that was a big learning that you have to. So those people who were supporting that technology for 35 years were replaced by an entry level person with a year of experience, right? And that struck me that and that's why we talk about continuous learning. That is why it is so important. You have to keep investing in yourself. You have to keep learning new things. And two things which I do share with my folks back in HCL. One, you will have limited time to learn. So be very clear in terms of where do you want to invest. And for that, you need to have very good foresight and very good industry view where things are moving. And I'm glad that you decided to invest your weekend in this kind of a conference to learn, which shows that you are investing in yourself. And please continue doing so. Because again, at some point in time, you will have multiple options to choose from. and it's only your foresight that will tell you where to invest. Right? Second, the role of mentors. That is going to be extremely critical because next few years you will have these inflection points where you will have to take a decision one way or the other. And at times it always helps to have the right mentors available as a sounding board, if not as somebody who will take decision on your behalf, but probably guide you in the right manner. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm adding one more point. So in industry we do SWOT analysis. So I think I suggest you do your own SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity and threats. So I think rather than other people, you know yourself better. If you don't know yourself, just reinvent yourself first. Then I think your decision will happen in the right way. Then you will select the right technology.
Abhijit sir, if you can go on. Thank you, sir. Please go on.
Okay, so everything is covered. I just take a little bit complex and take in this.
Definitely.
Okay. 10 पास कर लो फिर लाइफ सेट. How many of you have heard this? सच था क्या? 12 पास कर लो फिर लाइफ पूरा सेट. एक काम करो, इंजीनियरिंग कर लो. So this will never be true ever. और थर्ड सेम कर लो, थर्ड ईयर कर लो, फोर्थ ईयर में तो सिर्फ प्रोजेक्ट है, आराम से हो जाएगा, राइट? नहीं, you have to keep learning. This will continue throughout your life, and the more you accept it and start working towards it, you'll be more successful. That's all I wanted to say.
Definitely. Thank you. So Abhijit sir, any pointers from your personal?
I think pretty much all are covered, but we do have face challenges in our, in our career thing, but the growth mindset is the main thing. We need to have the growth mindset and.
Definitely. So Aditya,
Do you have any questions from the audience?
yeah. So if anyone wants to ask questions from the audience side, you can just raise your hand one by one. So yeah, please go on. Can you have a good name, sir? Devanshu is visiting us from? Okay, good. Yeah, please go on now.
Can you imagine having paper fans in data center? Cooling system which is made of paper. So why I'm trying to say this is because each and every organization is trying towards this same goal, be carbon negative. Not only neutral but going to be carbon negative. So it's upon the technology involvement or the engineering which you are doing, right? Over there, what is the time to develop or engineer any product? If you are engineering a product for maybe 5 days, can we shorten that to 3 days? पहले दिन आप 100% चीज अचीव नहीं कर सकते, right? So a 5-day product which 5 days to prepare. I can give you an example of CPU. So if that can be developed or built or designed in 3 days, I am saving 2 days energy, right? So this will evolve. One day it will become, it can be done in hours. So this evolvement, that's why they have taken the timeline that they need that much years to evolve with the technology. Also, when they are building the products, that has to be carbon free, and they are now using solar panels. So they're using the the natural energy resources instead of the renewable. So instead of using the electricity from the government, you're taking it from the solar panel. This is one initiative which I can talk of, right? So becoming a carbon negative approach, which all of the cloud service providers are aiming at.
Okay. Just one small point here. First of all, I'm happy that these kind of questions are coming to this generation. So it's a huge change, lot of hard work went from a previous generation to bring this current generation think about sustainability. So first of all, kudos to everyone who is thinking about it. Next is, it's a very important point. You should go, so all the cloud providers are working towards sustainability. So you should go Google it. There are so many things which they do. How do they generate electricity? How do they cool down their servers? For example, if all of you have computers in your house, all of those computers will generate heat. Yes? Do you think individually you can do anything of that? No, right? But think if all of those computers are in one room, one company is responsible for it, so many heat generated, he can do that, right? So with cloud, this has actually become better than what it was before, where every company was trying to handle their own infrastructure. They were not that much sustainable, but since cloud came into the picture, they were able to handle it at a much larger scale in a better way. So many brains going into it. But thanks for that question.
Okay, so next question, kindly raise your hand. Yeah, please go on. Your good name? That is Karvik, you are visiting us from? Yes, sir. Go on, Karvik. So the question is, what is the biggest challenge currently we are facing in the research and development field right now in our industry?
Okay, so mostly we Asian people are in service industry. So I think everyone will be agree that our government is not investing in research and development. So I think sufficient budget is not available. First thing, because for research and development you need to spend lot of time for researching on one product, bringing in market. So I think budget is one of the problem, and the approach towards the product design means we are teach in a such a way that you have to do service, and in this that job is mostly in service based organization, not in product based. So if you tell your father that okay, I'm not doing job, now I will research on some product, and it will take 5 to 7 years. So whether your parents will be ready. So that approach actually hampering us. This is one of the point, and maybe handing over to Piyush.
Yeah, sure. And I will relate it back to the previous question, sustainability, right? So, for example, till pre-pandemic, sustainability discussions were tick in the box, right? Most of the customers we would talk to, or even when we were talking, it was just to showcase that we are concerned. But eventually, it used to come back to how much cost investment will be required to get something which is sustainable. A simple example would be plastic spoon versus wooden spoon. We all know wooden spoon is more sustainable, but it costs more, and therefore, are you willing to go and bear that cost while you are talking about sustainability in these kind of platforms and forums? And that shift has happened, right? But I think from the R&D point of view, biggest challenge I would see is how do we get more dollar for creating more sustainable solutions at the grassroots level, not only in the labs, but just like the startup this boom has happened. There are so many startups which have come up. Can we, create enough R&D facilities to be accessed by common person to develop more sustainable solutions? I think that is a big challenge which I see for us as a, generation.
So, any next question? Yeah. So the question is, where will the cloud industry be in the coming years?
Wait and watch.
Okay, any more questions, guys? Yeah, so Madhav. Yeah. So the basic question is, what are the security laws which are being implemented to manage the breach later?
I think here from my perspective, look, this question again used to come a lot when we were talking to our customers about cloud migration, and everyone used to say that once I migrate the data out of my on-prem to cloud, how is it going to be more secure? I think kudos to all the cloud providers, hyperscalers. They did a wonderful job in communicating to the wider world about the investments that they have made in securing their data centers. And globally now there are no concerns. Nobody raises any concerns in terms of data security when it runs in cloud. And the fact is that the hyperscalers, the cloud providers have invested millions and billions of dollars in securing their cloud infrastructure. And there are multiple technical solutions. We can't dwell into each and every solution. But the fact is that if I am an enterprise customer and I have to secure my data center, and if I am hosting my applications and data on-prem, it will be extremely difficult for me to come even closer to the kind of security investments these cloud providers have made. Right? So that's a simple analogy. In terms of what solutions cloud providers have, there are multiple. Every day there are multiple security solutions that they have deployed, because any security incident which happens in Azure, AWS or GCP, it will have a huge impact on their business and their end customers' business. So, it is more secure than any other environment, is what I would say.
Thank you. Abhijit sir and Anshul sir will be back to join. Now be like.
Again, very small point. Do you use two-factor authentication? Good. Which means you know about security. That is the first place where breach happens. Human error. There are a lot of tools available around every technology. Every cloud provider has that. It depends on you on how perfectly you use it. So it always comes down to how much you know about security and how do you secure it, right? So cloud providers always work on shared responsibility, sharing responsibility. I take care of the hardware. You have to take care of the access. So it's never a cloud provider's sole job. It's a customer's job as well. So it goes both ways.
Okay, so I'd like to ask the panel. If the panel is not exhausted, we may take one last question. Right? So, audience, one last question if you want to ask anyone. No. So, okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, panel. It was really, the insights that you all provided us were really wonderful. That's why. And the main key takeaways, I saw the audience. Okay, so one question, yeah, please. Your good name? Karan Bharat, you're visiting us from New Delhi. Please go on, Karan.
What's the question?
So the basic question is, are the companies spreading the info among the crowd, new generation? By a 17-year-old kid, right? Sorry.
You are right. I think that number one reason for security breaches is human error, right? And again, there is no single solution or answer to your question, but every organization understands the challenges of these kind of human errors and things like social engineering. And there is a proactive intent from every organization to make sure that their employees are aware of these kind of challenges. In fact, I'm sure I can talk about my organization. You know, we have compulsory security courses that we have to take twice a year, right? And these keep getting updated. And there is more and more awareness about these kind of attacks. Don't open these emails. Don't take unsolicited, calls and those things, which most of the organizations like HCL, TCS, and cloud providers are educating their employees. But it will take time because hackers are always a step ahead, right? So, so you see how things evolve. But good point.
Anyone more?
So, what is your email question there? Yes.
And password?
Noted. So, this is social engineering. So, that's fine. But in case of your other person will be there. So, if we ask quickly, what is your email and password? So, social engineering awareness is very important. So, yes, as Piyush said, before onboarding to any projects or organization, to any, not only cloud, there are some mandatory training, social trainings, behavior trainings. So all kind of trainings are there, and you have to go through that trainings. And after this also, if you are doing mistakes or means it is a big breach. So it becomes the social responsibility of employees as well. And most of the cases, behavior is the error. And yes, as I said, hackers are ahead. So that is one of the pain point. But again, security companies are working on all aspects to protect the data. So that's why GDPR and all these standards came now.
Thank you so much. So we have one more question. Kindly raise your hand. Yeah. You can come in sometimes. So hi, your good name? Kushagra. You are visiting us from? Yes, right. Good. Go on.
You have said social engineering is the cause of most of the security breaches. And in cybersecurity, there is a proverb that kids hack systems and experts hack people. This was a little bit off context, but my question is, I want to pursue my future in cloud security. So what are the prospects that companies look for in candidates? What are the things companies look for in candidates? What is the path that I can go for?
Cloud security contains of two words. You need to know about cloud. You need to know about security. In security, there are multiple things: network, social. How does network work? So basically, you have to start from base. You have to understand how network works, how application works, what are the current trends going on. So all of these things you need to know. You need to understand how application is created, how is it developed. So what kind of third-party software people use, new latest vulnerabilities which are there in the software. So these things you need to keep yourself updated. So that's the main thing what people do.
So thank you so much everyone for making this panel discussion so much interactive. Let's give a big round of applause for the panel. I mean the energy which panel has shown us, the insights. I don't think you can get it all at one place within 1.5 hours. So I was seeing people noting down the things fantastic. So give a big round of applause for yourself, President. So now let's end this panel discussion here only. And if anyone from the panel would like to add any point or more, you can go on. Otherwise, we can wrap this panel here. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Pawan, please go on.
My question is, in today's generation, how my question is like for there are so many technologies coming and everything is going online. So we all have IDs and Google and Microsoft IDs have all our data. And when we visit to a website and we just simply click sign in with Google and we have all our data is being shared and to so much companies. Like we even don't have a mark of how much data is being shared to all those companies and there's no line in between. Like we simply click on sign in with Google or with Microsoft or with LinkedIn. So what's your take in that? Like there should be some kind of law or some kind of layer between all of that. So that's my question.
Yeah, so we earlier talked about GDPR, which is very Europe-specific data privacy law. I think in India also awareness has been there. The government has taken initiatives in terms of protecting personal data of Indian citizens. But I think one thing which we miss out is that we are equally careless in terms of sharing our data with these apps, and it is lack of awareness on our front most of the time, and not on the other side. Right? If you are downloading any application from the App Store, we typically don't look at the terms and conditions, right? Which clearly state what data will be shared, what data will be reused, and we just accept all and move forward. So while the laws come in place, I hope at some point in time those are as stringent as the ones in Europe and North America, but it will take some time. Till that time, we can do our part by making ourselves, our friends, families, and probably people who are not so tech savvy aware about these things. And if you look at feature phones also, there are those options available to restrict sharing of data. If you are talking about Android, iOS, every phone has that feature, and every app you download, you get those options. So I would say right now it is more to do with us than to do with any other organization seeking that data from us.
Thank you so much to you, sir, for going live on this. So guys, here we are wrapping up the panel discussion as some of our guests are already having their slides on time right now. Thank you so much for being such an interactive crowd. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much to the panel for interacting with the crowd and making this panel discussion a wonderful one. Thank you so much, Ritesh, sir. Thank you so much, Piyush, sir. Thank you so much, Abhijit, sir. And thank you so much, Mr. Anand. And especially thanks for staying here especially for the panel discussion. Thank you so much, everyone. So, Ria, you can take it. So we are wrapping up the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
तेरी आंखों का काजल ना पहले अभी कभी भी मैं इतना प्यार दूँ तेरी खुशियों की खातिर ये दुनिया में मेरी हो तुझको मैं प्यार Thank you so much. Now I would like to present my friend, Mr. Aditya Sharma, in front of you guys. So please raise your hand in front.
Hi guys, hi, what's up, hi. Uh, Thank you so much for having me here. काफी wrong था ये, तो please excuse us which अगर mistakes होती हैं. It's a very that is a super performance. Anyway.
अबे तुम हाथ न जाए तुम जाए बसा हम दोनों के दर्द अबे तुम हाथ न जाए तुम जाए बसा हम दोनों के दर्द There was a guy saying, there's a coffee in a तो ये गाना सभी मेरे यारों के लिए स्पेशल मेरे फ्रेंड्स शुभांग हर्ष अनन्या अपूर्व और सभी बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स ओके सॉरी सब गाओ भाई सब आज great stuff मिली मुझे बहुत बड़ा concept Yes, salam. You are